What's up, Latino Mafune? You're very welcome. And hey, Buncor, I'll be starting in exactly 8 minutes, so just hang tight. Waiting times are excellent for multitasking, kind of like making tea. God damn, I could do with some Persian food. Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough. Give me like 5 more minutes. But, World War III. I'm saving the Ja Rule thing for Chicago, Latino Mufune. Hello, 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 everybody. Good morning. How's everyone doing today? The world is bad when normal people worry about World War III. What they mean is nukes. Not as many people give a fuck about Russia taking over countries or Israel toppling regional governments or China stuff. It's the threat of nuclear annihilation. Honestly, the threat of nuclear annihilation is at the bottom of my list. You missed America also doing all of the things that Russia, Israel, and China were attributed to there, but yeah, I get your point. Good thing I'm sure he has some beef with plenty of Chi-Town rappers, which is better for the show. That's true. That's true. I still really hope just the mention of Ja Rule will result in 50 Cent making his way into the Twitch chat and then, bitching about Ja Rule for a while. That would be incredibly funny. It won't happen, but I like to imagine it. It'd be very funny. I'm so happy today, by the way. It's been fucking freezing here for like at least the last couple weeks, more so than usual. And today's like the first day in weeks where it's not frozen solid in this room specifically, so that I can, wear a cute outfit. Usually, I need much thicker pants because it's hella cold in here. And finally warm enough that I can just dress comfortably. It's gonna get even warmer this weekend, and that's gonna be awesome, which is specifically Saturday, the day I'll be going to the Royal Adelaide show, if you guys want to come meet me. But then it's gonna get cold again, and it's whatever. To be fair, bitching about Ja Rule is a very normal, relatable thing to do. Yeah, maybe in like 2000. Thank you guys. Thanks to Brave Ambiance. And let's eat Mifune. But honestly, like, I'm just so tired of winter. I can't wait for it to be spring again. All right, so I suppose we should start. We got a lot to talk about today, as you guys can see from the title. But first, I wanted to give a little bit of an update over the situation from yesterday in relation to the neo-Nazis that organized the March for Australia. So, what's up, Aussie Welder? Good timing. Wait until the temps get into summer. Oh, I know, but like I'm fine in the summer. I honestly would prefer like 45 degrees Celsius heat to 16 Celsius cold. But on the topic of the Nazis from yesterday, so Tommy over here, this little fuckwit, the one that spoke in Melbourne, was in court following the actual Nazi rally that they did, and he needed 6 of his friends to make sure he made it to court safely. Upon his safe arrival, let's just say his defense was about as well as he could make it, because this motherfucker represented himself, which is not a thing you should generally do in a court of law unless you're a lawyer. Did you just call 16 Celsius cold? I did call 16 Celsius cold. The world is bad. I am small and frail. I do not have much body fat. It's fucking cold. Just got back from Labor Day protests and stuff. It was cool. Sick. Good for you. And I'm really glad to see the protests are keeping up, and then the Labor Day rhetoric is actually being tied in with everything's more expensive on Labor Day. Hey, look, they're cutting labor rights. On another note, just for like the people who might think 16 Celsius isn't cold, in Australia, it's colder for that 16 Celsius indoors than it would be if it was the same temperature in like New Jersey. And the reason for that is because Australians are really shit at insulating their housing. Below 20 C is too cold for me. Yeah, like absolutely, yeah. There's no insulation here. I can feel the wind through the window behind my desk and monitors when it's windy in this room, let alone like anywhere else in the house. You're actually more likely to die from the cold in your home in Australia, a place where it doesn't even generally snow, than you are in like Sweden. Australia be lacking? Well, like a lot of the houses here were built to keep heat out, not cold out. And then, well, now it's an issue. They're working on it, but it does require a lot of construction work, a lot of fixing old houses, most houses even new houses. Sounds like your whole house is one giant window? Yeah, it is. I also have no insulation in my roof. Like literally no insulation in my roof. It's insane. But back to the main topic of this dipshit Nazi representing himself in court. Sewell was allowed to cross-examine the alleged victim in court. Quote, first question I have for you is, do you have any publicly held political views? Sewell asked the police officer. This was in relation to some shit that happened with him. I don't really care about the details. It's mostly just, these are the people who are talking about how the government's spending so much money on illegal immigrants. Mind you, this is a guy from New Zealand, but like personally is costing the government a ton of money by having to go to court regularly. Brick or, what's the word? Brick. Double brick, I think, actually. The prosecutor, Melissa Mahadi, and magistrate Michelle Hodgson objected to the questions based on relevance. That's not relevant to the charge that is before the court, which are these criminal charges. It's not relevant, Magistrate Hodgson said. My argument is that it is relevant to my defense and it's very valuable to me, which is not a legal argument to make. It's valuable to me is not a legal argument you could really make. Sewell responded, quote, all the witnesses and the brief of evidence include a description about my political views, and I don't think that we can separate the political views of myself from the brief of evidence. So he's basically saying, oh, well, it's relevant because I'm a Nazi, and the political views of people who don't like Nazis is relevant to why I'm being discriminated against. That was his argument. It's insane. Insane. And you're right, Aussie Welder, it does cost a fortune to heat your home in the winter, though it has literally no reason to other than corpos want to steal your money. Sewell then proceeded to complain his question should have been allowed while alleging the police officer assaulted one of his members. Sewell became aggressive in the court, a thing you should generally not do, especially if you're representing yourself, demanding he be heard before Magistrate Hodgson warned him not to yell at her. Yeah, don't yell at the judge, you fucking moron. Actually, you know what? As your personal lawyer right now, I advocate for you to continue doing this. Please, do a Trump. Go yell, curse out, threaten the judge. See what happens. It'd be great. Sewell's court appearance came just a day after disturbing footage showed him alongside other far-right demonstrators ambushing a First Nations protest camp. It would be incredibly funny if they deported this guy. My political views are why I'm being discriminated against. They want to make me not discriminate against other people with different skin color. I know, really. It's so unfair, it seems. So, I have a video to show you. This is an incredibly weird framing to start off with, but I actually kind of like this a little bit. Like, I have complaints still, but it is interesting nonetheless. So, let's take a look.
So today, a former neo-Nazi, a former Islamic extremist, and a veteran journalist met in a Sydney synagogue. And no, it's not the setup to a joke.
No, it sounds like the setup to a Jubilee debate, by the way. Former Nazi and former Taliban meet in a synagogue to discuss their fucking differences of opinion.
Anti-immigration rallies delivering an unprecedented platform for Australia's neo-Nazi movement. A former leader of the American far right has told 10 News Plus this is a dangerous moment for our country.
One Taliban versus 20 women. Hey, did not hit mute.
To our Hugh Remington.
With scenes that have disturbed all Australians fresh in our minds, a unique encounter today in a Jewish...
Nazis pretend to be Christian, and then the other one's a Taliban person, so they're like, oh, let's just put them in a synagogue, because that's like the middle ground. I love how our media is normalizing neo-Nazis. I mean, to be clear, they're not. In this specifically, one of the reasons that we're even watching this right now is because some of the stuff the former Nazi said I think is really important.
House of worship.
We're meeting in a synagogue. Does that seem a little weird to you?
No, it's ironic. It's ironic, but it's pretty awesome.
What makes it awesome?
The Jewish people were the people that I vilified the most when I was involved in the movement.
The movement was the National Socialist Movement of America, the largest neo-Nazi organization in the United States, which Jeff Scoop joined when he was 19 and led from the age of 21. A life he has now renounced as he...
So, a former leader. Please take a socialist out. Yeah, I would very much like that, considering these people are about as like the idea that Nazis are socialist. We really need to just make fun of the people that say that. It is incredibly stupid. Nobody seriously goes and says, oh, North Korea's a real democracy, unless they're already a North Korea simp. Like, even China simps don't say that. You know, you can't be that dumb and go without ridicule.
Works with the Simon Wiesenthal Centre to fight the very extremist fires he was once so happy to light.
Seeing the humanity in the people that I'd once...
He advocates to, like, take the Nazi movement down. He tries to, you know... He's probably not fully out. I don't know about, like, just how much you can change a former Nazi's mentality, but the guy is trying to, at the very least, undo some of the damage that he did. So, like, I'll take the dub, but yeah, no. Not all opinions are valid. Mock morons.
Vilified changed my life completely. There's a term in the Jewish faith called teshuva. It means repentance, and that's what I see this work as, is healing the world. But it's also repentance for the life that I once led.
More than anyone, Jeff Scoop knows what Australia's neo-Nazi movement is up to because he created the template.
I attended the rally in Melbourne because I wanted to, as an observer, I wanted to see what was going on.
What he saw was an exact replica of the techniques he used for 25 years to...
Shocking. You know, the same techniques used by Nazis in America for the past 2 decades, making their way exactly over to Australia. It's almost like someone's been, you know, talking about this. It's almost like there is a concerted effort to not just fund this movement, but to export it.
Build up the American neo-Nazi movement until its ugly day of reckoning in the murderful streets of Charlottesville, Virginia.
Wild for them to call this a day of reckoning when Elon Musk did a fucking Nazi salute at the inauguration.
This country was built by our ancestors. It was bled for by our ancestors on the beaches of Gallipoli, in the bushes of Kokoda. They bled for a white Australia.
Motherfucker, like, the fact that these people don't have rocks getting thrown at them right now is a problem.
Scoop won't even name the organisation or the individuals that he saw being given a platform at the March for Australia rallies.
That's okay, I'll name them for you. That's Tommy Sewell. There is a bunch of others we're going to name specifically today. It's the National Socialist Network. It's also a child grooming cult. You know, because all Nazis are pedophiles.
Naming them, he says, gives them what they want.
Thanks for bringing your Aussie flags. Hail White Australia!
Wild thing to say, hail White Australia.
It gives them publicity. It gives them the opportunity to recruit.
Does it follow from what you're saying that the events we've seen over recent days will boost recruitment for the neo-Nazi movement in Australia?
100%.
While the organisers publicly reject any association with neo-Nazis or with racism, Jeff Scoop says they and politicians
The organizers were literally themselves part of the NSM.
like Pauline Hanson and Bob Katter need to be conscious of what they're fueling.
It's very...
Literally Elmo Hitler and, I mean, Bob Katar has no idea what he's even thinking about at any given time. So, you know, like him, he's like as dumb as Marjorie Taylor Greene and just about as crazy. Elmo Hitler over here has no issue with Nazis.
Simple. Whoever's organizing it, don't have the neo-Nazi leaders speak. It's as simple as that.
Maybe have the cops arrest them.
Their propaganda videos will be coming out very soon if they haven't already.
That's the key point that I wanted you to hear. Like, this is why I made the point yesterday of saying that a lot of the people who went to this thing, who weren't already themselves Nazis, even if they disliked the Nazis, even if they spoke out against the Nazis at that rally, the next time they go to an event like that, they will be far less likely to have a negative view of those Nazis. And then beyond that, like, these propo videos are then going to recruit a bunch of dumb fucking teenagers over to the movement. We need to start, like, making propo videos. We need to steal the functional parts of their strategy and then change them to make them useful to the left. Because, like, this playbook that they're using isn't the Nazi playbook. It's the guerrilla warfare playbook. Like, That's all it is. I love the proper pronunciation of his name. Qatar will probably punch you if he hears you say it. I wish he would. I don't know, like, he's the most famous Lebanese politician in the country. I don't know why he's so mad about it.
So joining our chat is Mubin Sheikh, once an Islamist extremist recruited by the Taliban in the 1990s. But after 9/11, he changed sides, going undercover to infiltrate a notorious Canadian terror cell that planned to blow up the Canadian Parliament and behead the Prime Minister, Stephen Harper.
Jeez, all right, that's intense.
Satisfied this threat has been...
God, it's really funny when you think about how much more of, how much more Islamic extremists believe in their beliefs, and also how much more willing they are to do things. Murdering another country's prime minister sounds crazy, isn't it? Yes, obviously that, but, like, the craziest distinction to me is the Nazi side of this conversation is like, yeah, you know, we make videos and try and propagandize to young, like, teenagers. Whereas the other side's like, yeah, you know, we try and behead prime ministers of foreign countries. You can tell which side of your, is, like, neither of them are good, but clearly one is far more of a pussy than the other.
Mubin Sheikh says last month's pro-Palestinian march, while it gave no speaking time to extremists, was also being infiltrated.
Okay. Obviously, there are people who like Iran in these crowds. Hell, one of them might literally work for Iran. That does not matter in any way. It makes no difference. Nobody is getting radicalized to go join a Muslim extremist group by looking at this photo. It is not a distinction that you could really lay any claim on. It's really disingenuous to even show that. Like, Iran is a country, sure. Are they bad? Sure. Are they worse than, like, America, Israel, or Russia? No. No? The former Islamist is probably Canadian. Well, he said, I think I'm not sure how they phrased it, whether, like, he moved to Canada to do it, but, like, yeah, it might be, you know, his own prime minister, I suppose.
It's not an accident that a picture of the Ayatollah shows up at a rally, because Hamas, Hezbollah are both proxies of Iran.
To any Muslims drawn to violent jihad by the destruction
of... It's kind of like how you see, like, call-outs to America at the Nazi rally here, because the Nazis in Australia are another proxy of America. Like, it's not the same view that is being given to both, even though, like, they are. Even in this case, where we're talking about how extremism broadly is not a good thing, they still have to somehow try and frame the Islamic extremists as worse than the Nazis. Meanwhile, they're both just dead cultists. Hang on, that's not Ayatollah, I'm pretty sure. Ayatollah is much younger, has a nice smile, lives in New York. Yeah, sorry, that's the better Ayatollah.
Of Gaza, he has this message.
To any Muslim young person, I would just ask them this, that on the Day of Judgment, when you are asked, what kind of Islam did you show to the people? Were people repelled by your Islam, or were they attracted to your Islam, by your Islam? That will tell you what side you're on. If,
like, the way that they're still framing this, even when they're trying to not, is disappointing and honestly disgusting. But the most important part of this to me was the fact that this will result in propaganda videos. This will result in a increase in people who are sympathetic to the Nazis, at the very least. Moving on, by the way, here is an Australian senator, Senator Babbitt, with Nathan Bull, one of the Nazis that were, you know, actually, here's one from at the rally, this motherfucker. But even more so, here is the same guy, you know, the one that's taking a photo with an Australian senator, wearing a literal, like, boxing mouth guard. And this is on their raid on the Aboriginal camp, the First Nations camp, where they assaulted people. By the way, here's the other one. Here's Tommy Sewell, getting ready to punch a guy with their hands down, not even like, you know, up to defend themselves. Very clear where the incitement of violence is coming from. It's always a Tommy. True. It's also this like Nathan motherfucker. Like, you can tell this has pad under the suit. Like that, it's not just like, you know, a hoodie or something. There's padding under there. Would you think that you had to dress up for war to go attack a bunch of First Nations people? He looks like he's forcefully shitting himself. He probably was. A message to fellow Muslims in this case is fine. Like, in my opinion, it's offering an alternative to violent Islamism. Yeah, that part I liked. It's mostly just the equating of... Actually, not even the equating. It's the framing of the Islamic extremist as somehow worse than the Nazi, whereas they're both just death cultists. But again, like, you should charge these people with premeditated assault. Are you kidding me? You're bringing mouth guards to go and raid this place? There's no fucking way. And again, here's Thomas Sewell, who's born in New Zealand. The guy who was, you know, on stage talking about how we need to ban immigration to this country. Just New Zealander. It's a consistent trend of right-wingers to agitate and threaten and insist any response is violent. Absolutely. Which is why you need to literally gag them and then throw them in a hole. Which is prison, mind you. Again, it's very clearly provable. Nationalists hit back at leftists near Aboriginal camp. Yeah, sure. And, I mean, like, here's an example of how some of the people who were in this crowd reacted to the Nazis. Now, the first guy, I like his response, but you were still at a Nazi rally. The rest of them are far more disappointing. These are all collaborators.
It was disgusting.
At best.
See my little kids here? I wore that Aboriginal flag to show solidarity. March as one, together. And look what these fucking idiots have done.
I am Australian. You don't need to attack Australia, not communism. Get out. Go fuck yourself.
Literally calling the First Nations flag communism for some reason, but, you know, like, obviously, what the fuck did you expect, motherfucker?
My two little girls cry over a bunch of Nazi shit. Fuck off!
Brother, 99% of us here are with you. We will protect your kids no matter what, and we'll protect you, right? That's the Aussie way. That's the Aussie way.
I like that. Maybe don't go to the Nazi rally next time. Maybe make your own rally on a different day. Because this one was organized by Nazis, and Nazis got to speak.
Can I ask you, you served in the military, are you concerned that there's neo-Nazis that are on the stage right now?
It doesn't matter who's up there, as long as we're united against the same enemy.
Motherfucker. They are the enemy. They're the only enemy that, like, you should give a shit about aside from the billionaires. And they literally just are operatives of the billionaires. So, I know your people predate communism by, like, 60,000 years, but you're a bunch of communists. Absolutely. Like, they literally 10 out of 10. That's all that they... Like, you do realize that they don't even care. The like, claim of communism doesn't come from, like, a belief that they hold. It's just, it's like slurring them, basically. The Nazis will protect that guy's kid to keep him safe, but, and unsullied for themselves. Yeah, literally.
That's all that matters.
Literally kicking out another person who went to the nationalist rally because they weren't white enough. I wonder if maybe America is the cause of deport being such a popular thing to chant at a Nazi rally.
What do you think about this Nazi group that's just rocked up?
So you're a Nazi. This woman is a Nazi, everybody. This woman has no issue with Nazis. She is functionally a Nazi. In fact, she's no better than one.
I think if they're sticking up for their country, that's all I care about.
Exactly my point. This is a zombie, everybody.
Are you concerned that, like, more extreme groups are going to turn up here today?
Yeah, I am. But I'm not letting fear stop me stand up for what I believe in. And
fear? How about you use like your brain and look into who organized this march that you're at? What's another word for Nazi sympathizers? Just Nazi. Yeah. Yeah, see, it doesn't matter what your justification is. Nobody cares. Nobody gives two fucks. Like, nobody's thinking about the people back in Nazi Germany who voted for Hitler specifically because of economic concerns and actually disliked all of the other, evil things that, like, they knew he wanted to do. No, you're just, like, a Nazi. That's the word for those people. It doesn't matter if whether or not, you wanted the Nazi thing, you supported the Nazis, you are a Nazi. Period. That's the only, way to describe these people. No, it's not liberal. That's if you're talking about fascist. Liberal doesn't necessarily equate to Nazi, but often does equate to fascist. But the only word that you would call a Nazi sympathizer is just another Nazi.
And that's Australia. I reckon it's a bloody beautiful country.
Let's go!
Literally, like, meth heads
and that's Australia. I reckon it's a bloody
in complaining about cost of living. That's what that looks like to me. Intolerance, paradox, etc., etc. True. When the Nazis came and killed all the communists, they didn't make any distinction between communist sympathizers, suspected communists. No, yeah, absolutely. They didn't care. They just want to kill people. All right. Well, I feel like we can wrap up the talk on Nazis, at least for the time being here, and move off of Australia, because we have a lot of other foreign policy to discuss. Starting with Venezuela. So, we've touched on Venezuela a few times. Cute cat mug, thank you. Thank you. We've touched on Venezuela a couple times already. Again, we don't know what's going to happen with this. It could go either way. Sometimes I'm looking at the news and it feels like we're trying to be intimidating, and then sometimes it looks like we're actually outright preparing for what could be a proper military operation, and I'm not sure that even we've decided as a country, and by as a country I do mean the federal government, what they want to do with that, but they're absolutely keeping all the options open. Joining the Communist Republican Party is not a fundamental problem. It is an instrument of the problem. Oh, absolutely. It's the American political apparatus through which the American bourgeoisie, the true rulers of this nation, exert their control. Absolutely. I say this all the time. There is no fight of left versus right. It's only up versus down. That's the only fight there is. The fight against fascism is still the fight of up versus down. The Nazis, the fascists, these are all just operatives of the capital class. I always thought they wanted to instigate a war so they could use IA domestically. There's a lot of ways that they could go about doing that. So, it's unclear whether we will instigate a war, but we're definitely prepared for it. So, some of the reporting that's come out so far from, ABC España is that the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is working to expand the Caribbean operation targeting Venezuela, not just Cartel de los Soles. The plan seeks to involve Mexico, Canada, Italy, the UK, and France to strengthen international cooperation and ramp up efforts against, they say drug trafficking in the region. We know that has nothing to do with it. We support the drug trafficking in the region. This is much more likely to be related to, the long-standing mutual dislike between Maduro and Trump, and also the large resource caches throughout Venezuela and the vast majority of and actually I was gonna say South America, but Latin America broadly. Trump wants war with Mexico, but Venezuela is a whole other issue. There is oil, there's gold, there's quite a lot happening there. I don't think nothing ever happens has been the case for at least a year now. The nothing ever happens people are blind because shit's happening every fucking day. Now, we've also had a look at this before, but just to really catch up, this is the U.S. massing reconnaissance aircraft near Venezuela. Several Navy P-8 Poseidons have been traced to this airport, about 3 as of the 28th. This realistically could be a proper military operation if they decided to do so. Now, we're going to jump back to this in a second. Let's get like a broader analysis done, and then we can go into the details. Again, as a refresh, this is what we've sent into the region. I believe we've actually just dispatched more ships, but USS Iwo Jima, amphibious assault ship, the amphibious transport dock, the USS Fort Lauderdale, San Antonio, another transport dock. We have the Gravely and Arleigh Burke-class destroyer, same with the Jason Dunham and the Samson. The Samson was just spotted today in Panama, in port, so we'll see about that. Freedom-class littoral combat ship, the USS Lake Erie, cruiser. Okay, so these actually do include the new ships, I believe, and then we have the submarine that we have sent over. So, like, there's a lot of ships there. That's not a small amount. Yeah, like, amassing all of this requires paying for all of it, but it's also like just having these ships in a region results in after effects from that. We saw the Samson in Panama sitting in port. And then we've seen now unconfirmed reports. This one has been confirmed, but there's further reports of border skirmishes between Guyana and Venezuela. Now, if you remember from last year, Maduro wanted to invade Guyana, and they have a history of, like, border disputes. But a patrol boat operated by soldiers of the Guyanese Defense Force and officers of the Guyanese Police Force reportedly came under fire today from Venezuelan side of the Chuyuni River in the Essequibo region, while escorting a boat containing election officials and polling supplies for Guyana's presidential election on September 1st, so literally today. Oh, wait, no, sorry, it's September 1st for me today, not for them over there. The patrol immediately returned fire and successfully maneuvered to escort the team out of danger. No injuries were sustained by any personnel. No election materials were damaged or compromised, according to a joint statement from the Defense Ministry and the Police Service. So, big fucking deal there. I believe it's all just posturing. I think it's possible, but I also think that we're being prepared in case they decide to move forward from just posturing. Back up, I didn't miss much. Just realized I hadn't eaten in 48 hours. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm glad you ate. No, you haven't missed all that much. Just catching up on the Nazis from yesterday and, like, catching up on what we've talked about with Venezuela before. Now, the updated unconfirmed reports of the border incident is, after further confirmation, it's important to clarify what's actually happening. A joint service patrol of... Actually, never mind. This is the same one or a different one? Because it looks like we're talking about the Guyanese Defense Force and the police force as well, but I feel like we had a different number with the last one. Never mind, this might just be the same one. This has been confirmed now, regardless. It was unconfirmed before when I was looking at it. Happened right about here. We'll see. This is the part about all of this which sticks out to me the most and makes me wonder whether it's just posturing. So this is General Laura Richardson of US Southcom, and she lists the lithium triangle in Argentina, Bolivia, and Chile, as long as Venezuela's gold and oil, Guyana's crude, and 31% of the planet's fresh water as national security interests for the United States in the region. Subtext is clear. Washington's doctrine, resource sovereignty, the global south is a threat if it is outside of U.S. control. And so, like, this is the part of it that makes me wonder what we're going to do, because this is literally, like, Iraq war shit. Let's take a listen.
If I talk to my number 2 adversary in the region, Russia, I mean, I've got... of course, the countries, Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua with Russia relationships. But why this region matters?
motherfucker, we have Russian relationships now.
Matters with all of its rich resources and rare earth elements. You've got the lithium triangle, which is needed for technology today. 60% of the world's lithium is in the lithium triangle, Argentina, Bolivia.
Trump is really leaning in hard into the whole colonizer thing. I mean, yeah, have you seen what the news on Gaza is like, too? We don't even have time for that one today. Diplomacy, give us your lunch, no, then die. Close, it's give us your breakfast, lunch, your dinner, and your house, and your car, and also, you know, everything. The MIC is thirsting for another forever war anti-insurgent campaign. No, don't worry, they got plenty of those to, sate their appetite. It's just unfortunate that it's unsatiable.
Chile. You just have the largest oil reserves, light sweet crude, discovered off of Guyana over a year ago.
Remember the weapons of mass destruction in Iraq?
You have Venezuela's resources as well with oil, copper, gold. We have the Amazon, lungs of the world. We have the 31% of the world.
Oh, we have the Amazon, lungs of the world, as in we should take the Amazon so we can cut it down and use it to build shitty fucking, like, IKEA-grade furniture. I couldn't think of an American company that creates really anything, so I had to use IKEA, but you know what I mean.
World's fresh water in this region, too. I mean, it's just off the charts. We have a lot to do. This region matters. It has a lot to do with national security, and we need to step up our game.
Just concrete, the Amazon is what will happen. Yeah, they're gonna pave it over like they did the fucking White House Rose Garden, make it look like a fucking shopping mall lunch area. Literally. But let's have a look at a bit of a deeper analysis. I'm gonna check in with Preston. National security, yeah.
So Venezuela has said that they are prepared to confront any attack from the United States, saying, quote, "We will fight if you dare set foot in Venezuela." This follows a significant deployment of U.S. military vessels to the Caribbean that Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, called earlier today, quote, "the greatest threat that has been seen on our continent in the last week."
Well, she's a general for Southcom, depraved ambiance. Her rhetoric isn't really supposed to be, like, convincing in the consent manufacturing kind of way. Like, you're not technically supposed to see her. You know what I mean? Like, they're not showing that clip on Fox News or CNN, you know?
100 years. Now, depending on which source you look at, everything is on the table now, from regime change to the snatch and grab arresting of high-value targets, missile strikes on...
Regime change has been brought up several times, including by the press secretary as well, so keep that in mind.
Cartel locations, or of course, nothing at all. Nothing ever happens, right? That's always a possibility. So diving into what we know so far, which includes, by the way, a former senior U.S. official calling to make Venezuela great again. Probably not something Maduro wants to hear.
Make Venezuela great again. Can't lie, I'm feeling doomery today. Dragons? Yeah, it's not exactly a great news day. I feel like this week's gonna be a little rough, so I feel you there, but it's important that, even when we feel doomery, to be aware of how much worse it's going to get. Because if you burn out, right, that's one less person to fight against these people. And if you can manage to maintain consistent, like, updating of information, even though it is horrifying and feels like you're doomed. You build a tolerance to it. It makes it easier to continue, like, onward. But, like, I don't know. I try and think about, well, what if I did tune out? What would happen? Well, that'd be one less person. And then this would just happen and it would be entirely ignored and then no one would talk about it. And, like, you just, like, tell yourself the truth. All of you are doing an actual useful thing by learning here. Now, like, are there more useful things you could do after? Absolutely. But, like, is this still useful? Yeah, it is. You should. Learning is important. Even in the Biden administration, they were trying to impose Juan Guaido as a puppet dictator. Oh, of course, that's a long-standing, like, American foreign policy goal. What's up, state your thesis? You know, it's take a breather if you need, but keep pushing. It's do or die. Yeah, that's kind of the theme of today.
Reported in Newsweek yesterday, a quote from the Venezuelan Defense Minister Patrino Lopez. He declared that the country is ready to confront any attack from the United States as tensions escalate over Washington's military presence in the Caribbean. Quote, "We will fight if you dare set foot in Venezuela." His statement was accompanied by a show of military readiness as Venezuela has reinforced patrols along its maritime borders and airspace and deployed 15,000 troops to the western frontier with Colombia. Additionally, here we have the...
Which, remember, like, if we were going to do a land invasion, we would probably go through Colombia.
The Venezuelan defense minister last week talking about a massive drone deployment to the coast. And something we have to keep in mind when he says that is not the short-range quadcopter type drones, although Venezuela likely utilizes those as well, but the longer-range munitions like we see with the Iranian Shahed-style drone that they've used to attack Israel and that the Houthis have used to attack commercial shipping.
There's a lot of places that need a lot more attention. Another one would be like Sudan and like Central Africa and the conflicts going on there. There is Indonesia as well. I don't know if we meant Thailand or Taiwan, but like I don't even know what's happening in land right now. So I get what you mean by that. Yeah, absolutely. People do need to talk about it more, but there's only so many people that like will do like the coverage in general, and there's too much happening. Yeah, I wish I don't cover anywhere near as much as I wish like I could. I gather all these sources and I put them into a doc, but I never get to talk about them on stream because the zone is flooded. Yeah.
And Israel, and then the Russian Goran-style drone that they use on a daily basis to attack Ukraine. There are close ties between Venezuela, or the Venezuelan regime right now under Maduro, and Iran, Russia, and even China. So when we're talking about long-range drone threats that could put U.S. military vessels, albeit in international waters, at risk, we have to consider some of those long-range strike capabilities. Venezuelan President Maduro had a session earlier today with international media where he said that this is an absolutely criminal and...
Thanks, Bun. I'll take a look at that after. I don't pay for Reuters, so I can't even read that right now, but like, I haven't even seen that. Jesus Christ, that's how much shit's going down.
Bloody threat. He said, quote, "The greatest threat that has been seen on our continent in the last 100 years is in the form of 8 military ships with 1,200 missiles and a submarine targeting Venezuela." Now, that's a little overestimation on his part. It's not quite the build-out or the capabilities that we have in that U.S. Navy deployment. We'll get into those details here in a minute. Real quick, wanted to let you all know that we just stood up a Patreon on that. We're going to be doing, of course, ad-free, sponsor-free videos, regular AMAs or Q&As. We'll try to turn those out as often as possible.
Go support Preston. Preston is an incredibly good channel, and honestly, we show him on stream all the time. Thank God he doesn't copyright.
Now, continuing on with some details here, we have a graphic put together by Ian Ellis over on X. Excellent resource on tracking naval capabilities and deployments around the world. And looking at this, kind of a breakdown of the U.S. military deployment, it looks like 4 guided missile destroyers, each capable of carrying 32 Tomahawk land attack missiles, 1 submarine with 12 Tomahawks, so that ends up, if my math is right, 140 total Tomahawks that could be deployed right now or in the near future off the coast of Venezuela. Additionally, we have the Iwo Jima Amphibious Ready Group, which is 2,200 total Marines set to be used for amphibious operations. That is where the concern of...
I hadn't seen the Coast Guard vessels that we threw in either. Of course, we have Reaper drones, and then we have, Marine Corps squadron.
Some sort of invasion is coming from is that's what Marines do best, or one of the things Marines do best, is they are well suited for an amphibious invasion. In terms of air power, multiple P-8A Poseidon aircraft and MQ-9 Reaper drones and quite a bit more. So there's a lot. This is a significant package, and we're going to look at some experts here in a minute that say that is a...
To be fair, in 1946, sure, we said war is bad, but a couple of years before that, we wouldn't have said that. I just realized my doomerism today might be at least partially coming from the fact that I'm also sick today, productive cough and malaise. Honestly, probably, yeah. Couldn't blame it. Who else are we going to war with? Canada next? We'll see. For one, I don't think it's Canada next. I feel like you should look at Greenland again, considering just this week we've already seen the U.S. Officials get called in because 3 people that have very close ties to the administration, as in Donald Trump Jr., J.D. Vance, and I can't remember who the third one was, were found trying to do foreign influence operations in Greenland this week.
A lot more than what you might expect in some sort of traditional counter-drug type operation, which is in turn fueling the idea that more might be at play. I mean, the Venezuelan ambassador to the United Nations earlier today said, quote, "This is a massive propaganda operation to justify what the experts call kinetic action, meaning military intervention."
As in, like, they're trying to manufacture consent to bomb the fuck out of Venezuela.
And our government here in the United States is not exactly doing a great job of downplaying this to reassure people this is strictly a counter-drug operation.
Because it's not. And why would anybody trust our government? They're filled with people who only lie.
We've got Representative Carlos Jimenez, one of the only U.S. lawmakers that has said anything at all about this in recent days. He said,
Venezuela
quote,
has
"Our
a lot
prayers
of
are with the
way."
courageous men and women of our armed forces as they approach the coasts of Venezuela," which isn't wrong. Like, I get it. Yes, support our troops 100%. That feels like they're going off to war, the way he's presenting it. Again,
well, that's kind of, you know, what I'm getting at here. And no, don't support the troops. Not in this case. Putin is also doing a counter-drug operation in Ukraine. Yeah, absolutely. A 3-day special counter-drug operation.
There's nobody talking about this at all, which is a major blind spot in what might be coming around this operation. We just don't know. We saw a few days ago the White House was asked...
Mind you, again, if we did invade Venezuela, we would get shit on, like, really badly. Because Venezuela is jungles and mountains. Anti-Nazi operation. Literally, the Russians are the Nazis. The Russians and the Americans. So, like, again, like... You know, I would say Ukraine does anti-Nazi operations. Hell, Ukraine killed the Nazis that were in the Ukrainian military by sending them to go die in Mariupol. I lied. It's actually the biggest oil reserves in the world. They have more oil than Saudi Arabia. God damn. The U.S. could have just bought the oil and effectively taken control of the country as long as the leaders are corrupt. Well, like, I'm sure we've tried that in the past. But again, that's not gonna work here. We don't live in 1800 anymore.
About this, and the press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, said everything is at the president's disposal. And that's kind of been it. Entirely. And we've got a lot of naval resources heading south. To add a little fuel to that fire, we have former U.S. National Security Advisor Michael Flynn put out...
Oh, right, QAnon. I gotta hear what this guy has to say, the fucking, like, dude that works directly for the Kremlin. Trump has threatened Canada, so it's a fair question to ask. Oh, absolutely. I just think that it's more likely that we go for Greenland first. Especially, like, because of the location. Maybe when Putin signaled at a potential false flag, maybe he wasn't talking about Russia. Maybe that Trump-Alaska meeting was about something else. It's very, very possible.
A statement last night saying, quote, "Let's make Venezuela great again by capturing these terrorist group leaders. Get them off the streets and help the people of Venezuela have a vastly better life. The citizens of Venezuela don't deserve to live under the tyrannical rule of Maduro or any of his henchmen." And this is where some of the...
What's as if, like, America's henchmen are better? Literally, actually, thank you, perfect timing for that, Latino Mufune. Venezuela's government, for all of its faults, which it has a lot of, has a Bolivarian anti-imperialist ideology. And, you know, the American government is objectively worse than the Venezuelan government right now. Like, there's no reason to look for rationality behind the decisions the U.S. administration is making. It's part of the requirement for endless war. That's also true. Fascists require endless war. But it's also about, like, you know, resource extraction. Russia is the Nazis. Russia's not defending itself for shit. You know what? Just for a second, we're going to talk about Russia later, but I want to ask you a question, Sadiq. Would you do me a favor and, answer me this, right? Let me show you a quick little clip. And you tell me if these are the people that you think are defending Russia from Nazis. So these are Russian soldiers. That's what they are.
Ублюдок, блядь! Чё, нам все хорошо в этом ходит, блядь? А?
Do these look like people who are defending themselves from Nazis to you? Yeah, literally.
Is coming in is we're getting statements from the White House that this is strictly counter-drug, and then when you turn to anybody, again, Flynn is on the outside of the administration, but he does, I would argue, still have some pull.
The context is those are Russian soldiers beating other Russian soldiers. Like, that's it. That's all I'm giving you. Answer the question based on the context you were given.
With decision makers in and around Trump's close advisors, he's talking about regime change. Get rid of this guy that's up top, so you can understand why there's plenty of conversation in that.
Hey, you know what? Thanks, Bun. Actually, speaking of, here, have a look at this too. Read up on Dedovish
direction. But it's not just these unofficial advisors. We've got traditional outlets here in the United States explaining, hey, actually, this would be a good thing. Like the Wall Street Journal that just yesterday ran an article titled Trump's Venezuelan War Games, where they say, is this U.S. warship deployment preparing for more than just fighting drug cartels in the Caribbean? Quote, what might require this many high-value...
Because I literally linked you what they do. Like, read up on it. Dedovishchina. It is a thing. Google it.
U.S. military assets is an effort to pressure Mr. Maduro to abdicate or perhaps oust him, even without boots on the ground. Has Mr. Trump made a decision to make that step? They argue that toppling Maduro is a worthy goal, saying he's running a criminal organization out of Caracas that traffics in humans.
Like, look at the grotesque atrocities the U.S. has supported: dictatorships, death squads imposed on Latin America. Like, you will see regular people in Venezuela have so much to lose if the U.S. wins. Absolutely. I mean, like, we've gone out of our way to fuck up Latin America since, like, the 60s. Hell, like, we practiced how to do fascism by, like testing it first in Chile, Argentina, and Costa Rica.
Drugs and weapons. His closest allies are Russia, Cuba, China, and Iran. His regime has worsened Venezuelan privatization, and more than 8 million people have fled, triggering a humanitarian crisis across the Americas. His government sows Cuban-style
doctrine, absolutely, not laws. And beyond that, like, even just like read the shock doctrine if you haven't already. If we realistically had the ability to regime change Venezuela, we would have done it by now. We, like, tried pretty hard already. That's exactly what I mean. Like, if we did do a proper land invasion, we would get our asses beat. It was always a policy that was based on nothing but racism and the desire to steal the resources of a country.
Revolution in the region. They do add a little caveat here, saying if the U.S. is not committed to finishing the job, an intervention might not be worth the cost to Venezuelans and U.S. defense capabilities elsewhere, which are already spread thin. But a Venezuela free from Nicolas Maduro is in the U.S. national interest if it can be done. And we'll get a little personal opinion thrown in here. Maduro's not a good dude, and him being gone would likely result in a net positive for U.S. national security at home and abroad.
Do not reply to the Russian defenders. Let me deal with them. You kind of act like a Vatnik bot. I was going to say just the same thing. Bunkor took the words right out of my mouth. Are you Russian? Like, if you're Russian, in fact, I will have more sympathy for you because I can understand why you wouldn't know about the horrific things that Russia does regularly. Whereas if you're not Russian, go fucking die in Russia like the American who went over there and died in Ukraine in 10 minutes.
But I go back to the fact that this is not really in the press at all. I don't think many people recognize that we have significant naval assets sailing south towards Venezuela, whether this is just a pressure operation or there's Tomahawks or boots on the ground, which I do think is a very low.
Well, that's the thing, right? Long Homo sapien. The nations that survived the old CIA strats have by now developed the most paranoid, coup-resistant style governments that you would probably have to turn the entire country to rubble before you get any kind of coup stuff to work. Meanwhile, we're literally redoing the exact kind of bullshit that we did last time. We're using the same kind of CIA, motherfuckers. We're bringing people out of retirement. Oh my goodness. Like, you know what? Sadiq, either give me a sub in the next 3 minutes or I'm going to ban you permanently. You got to pay me to be able to stay here. That's how we're going to do this. You like the Russians? I'm going to treat you like the Russians treat everyone else. Pay me or I'm going to cleanse you.
Probability at this point it's not really being discussed. It looks like a decision has already been made, and they're in the process of implementing it. The Financial Times took a little different approach here. They had one person, albeit an unnamed official that they say was involved in discussions about the naval operation, talking about snatch and grab operations, like sending people ashore, covert operations, or special operations forces to go in there and pick up members of the Maduro regime to bring them out and have them stand trial. They said, quote, "I am 100% sure that the aim of this operation is to arrest Maduro and get him out of power."
So regime change being the goal here implies that the rest of the goals that have also been listed are also the goals here.
Fortunately,
we wouldn't do regime change and then not try and occupy the country and steal their natural resources. There's no point in the first without the second. Especially
official on that.
Sorry. Especially in the case of they don't trust us. They wouldn't have trusted us anyway, but they will trust us infinitely less than they would have if we did this 5 years ago.
That would be, of all of the options, arguably one of the most risky. The amount of support that's needed to do that is incredible. But they have some other ideas here as well. They say the U.S. deployment this month of at least 8 Navy vessels aims to disrupt drug trafficking routes across the southern Caribbean, officials have said. But it includes...
We sent one submarine. Cartels have their own. You're not doing that with this. These ships are not going to stop that. Again, to be clear, I really actually do hope we do try a land invasion and then we lose. Now, would that be bad for both Venezuela and quite a lot of people? Yeah, it would be. But is it less bad for the world if that happens quickly? Yeah, because then we can't invade more countries. I can see Maduro now, look at my people, the imperialists who support El Salvador are calling me the democratically elected leader a tyrant with their boat surrounding us, the hypocrisy. I'm pretty sure he's literally said exactly that. So, It's good for Taiwan if we try and lose. That's the other thing, right? I would rather China take Taiwan now than us, successfully defend it. Hell, if we lose access to the chips in Taiwan, they might not end the world with fucking clankers. That's another option, too. America's the largest navy in the world in their west coast. Didn't stop the cocaine, though. Yeah, literally, it can't. What's up, Nanya? Relax and swallow this smoothie composed of nothing but lies and exceptionalism.
3 guided missile destroyers, an amphibious assault ship, a guided missile destroyer, an attack submarine, and more than 2,000 Marines. Much more force than is typically used to intercept small, fast...
Debate me, you reactionary! What the fuck are you... what do you want to debate me on, Nanya? What do you want to debate me on? Be a fucking reactionary. I'm not going to debate you, because I've still not lost a single debate that I've done, and I've found that they are useless. I'm not going to listen to your dumbass talk. Ukraine! My god, you think I'm gonna debate with a fucking Vatnik? You orcs all deserve to die for invading a foreign country and thinking that you can demand it. I don't give a fuck about you. I'm not gonna waste my time listening to your opinions. Your opinions matter less to me than that of a fucking 2-year-old child who can't even speak English. I don't care, I would listen to somebody speaking Korean, and I don't speak Korean, more than I would ever listen to a dumb fucking Russia defender. You fucking fascist bootlickers, ass kickers, think that you know things, right? But you're all so dumb that you can't even read. I am superior to you in every possible way. I showed my true colors. You know what? I think I did. Better than you. Debate me. I want to masturbate using you. Literally exactly that. Oh, God. See, this is why I like some of the fucking trolls and the bots to not insta get banned, because it makes me, get a little break from the horrors and just, get to release some of the frustration by fucking with these assholes. True colors and superiority? True. I think they just seized a boat with 46 tons of cocaine on it. Just speaks to the size of the cocaine operation. I'm sure that happens, but I'm sure a lot more than that gets through. And, like, clearly no one gives a fuck about the cocaine ops at all. Also, speaking of cocaine, really quickly. Insane shit. Did you know that RFK sold cocaine in college? It was his first job. Was selling cocaine while at Harvard. Probably the only base thing the man's done. No, see, they're asking heroin or cocaine. He didn't sell heroin. He sold cocaine. He liked to do heroin.
I was at the bottom of my class. I started doing heroin. I went to the top of my class. Suddenly I could sit still and I could read.
So, you know, just to be clear there, on the subject of cocaine.
Boats carrying cocaine. And we've said it in recent videos. They can do that. But this is a lot of firepower, right? This is bringing a Tomahawk to a knife fight, like the Tomahawk land attack missile, right? They say the U.S. administration keeps Nicolas Maduro on edge with this deployment, but very few people actually see Marines coming ashore. They say that is probably what the Trump administration wants, to rattle Maduro and his oil-rich South American nation with a show of force, but not to risk U.S. lives. They quote Evan Ellis, who served on Mike Pompeo's staff.
Like, we've been doing this for so long that there are movie tropes that exist. Like, tropes that have nothing to do with America, that exist in fantasy worlds. You know, sci-fi and shit. But the trope is literally directly from us trying to fuck with Latin American countries with the CIA. Like, go back to Reagan, we were doing this with Iran-Contra, like, go back even further, the CIA flooded communities with crack cocaine, and Pablo Escobar used to send checks to Strom Thurmond, like, they knew what was going on, they let it happen. We sell the Mexican cartels, like, 70-something% of their guns. We've always done this. It's nothing new. There's entire, like, movie series based on this concept alone.
When he was Secretary of State in the first administration, of saying, quote, Trump is much more comfortable with threatening the use of force than actually using force. And I would argue that actually kind of...
He's also not uncomfortable using force. Just ask, you know, any of the places that got the military deployed on them. Hell, ask Chicago come this week or next.
Plays out when you look at a lot of Trump's foreign policy decisions in Trump 1 and now. He has carried out a significant number of strikes around the world. Very few times that I can remember where he has committed forces, especially in an area where we haven't already been. So the use of Tomahawks, to me personally, seems much higher on the likelihood in the probability chart than actually putting boots on the ground. And they say one possibility highlighted by experts is that Trump may decide to fire Tomahawk.
Boncourt, the only people I've ever heard referring to Chicago as Chirac are fucking cops. I'm sorry. Like, I know you're being, like, sarcastic, it's a joke, but, like, I literally have never heard that term come from somebody, seriously, who wasn't a cop. At all. Period. A week without Trump, what did we do to deserve it? I mean, like, he's still around. The man had a stroke. And I'm glad he didn't die, because it would be a lot worse if he had. Trump is all about chicken hawk politics? That's true.
Cruise missiles from Navy destroyers or the submarines at targets inside Venezuela. These could include cocaine-producing laboratories or bases for Colombian Marxist guerrillas involved in the drug trade and operating from Venezuela. So a couple different options there, but we have to give a little airtime to the idea that nothing ever happens, because I feel like that's always the winning
Dear
bet.
leader is in perfect health. We really are North Korea now, aren't we?
This one here is coming from Jeff Ramsey, a senior fellow with the Atlantic Council's Adrian Arsht Latin America Center, where he says, quote, this deployment of naval assets is an important show of force, but it does not mean that the United States will engage in military strikes.
What does it mean then? Because why are we sending, like, all of that shit? Well, where's the fucking list of shit that we sent? Hold on. Where is it? All of this? Why did we send all of this, if not to attack? The Supreme Leader, Dear Leader, rather, invented perfect health. It's true. Look, regardless of whether we attack or not, I'm still unsure. I originally thought that this would be like a nothing burger. I still kind of lean that way. We will definitely be doing, like 100% we'll be doing covert operations, but like a proper invasion starting like an official war, like I don't see that happening. But, you know, I could be wrong. It could be one of the few times that I am wrong. I hope not. We shall see. We shall see. No one does perfect health better than our dear leader. Well, I feel like there might be some competition on that. For example, let's go and jump over to China for a second. Now, we're not going to stay on China for very long, but they held the, what's it called today? The Shanghai Cooperation Summit thing. And I think Turkey was there, first off. That's a interesting, you know, change. Turkey's not usually here. But also, I mean, we had Modi, we had Putin, we had Xi, all meeting. Pretty big deal here, I think. I think there is a lot happening behind the scenes when it comes to this. They didn't invite me. I know, such a shame, Zach. Like, they didn't invite me either, and I am the president of Turkey. See, everyone thinks it's actually Erdogan, but it's not. It's never been. We're fucked is what this says. Possibly, yeah.
In China, President Xi is...
I'm gonna be right back. I gotta go to the toilet while this is playing, but I can still hear this, so let's take a look.
Hosting the leaders of more than 20 countries for what's known as the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit. Among those in attendance is Russian President Vladimir Putin and India's Prime Minister Modi. NBC News international correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer joins us now from Beijing. So, Janice, we know President Xi has been addressing leaders this morning. Tell us a bit more about what he said and what the goals of the summit are.
Maya, this summit has been all about optics, about the sort of messages being telegraphed to the rest of the world, namely to the United States. China under Xi Jinping is seeking influence and to present an alternative to a world order that's been dominated by the U.S. At this summit alone, the leaders of China, Russia, India, Iran, Pakistan, Turkey, and a dozen others are in attendance and showing that they're aligned with this sort of thinking. In his speech, Xi Jinping took some jabs at the way President Trump has been reshaping U.S. foreign policy. He talked of global upheaval and bullying with...
Look, this is a big deal. Already they start off with, there is, you know, a point here to the United States. This is the conference of, it's not like a BRICS conference. It's not the Axis powers has an optics conference. It's not that. Like, to be fair, if it was the Axis powers, we'd be there, depraved ambiance. This is more of a move people away from the American world order type thing. I mean, like, we've seen the start of this ever since, like, Liberation Day with the tariffs. By pushing everyone further and further away from America, we push them closer to China. And China is in its golden age, you know? Like, we're not even good enough for the Axis anymore. Literally, exactly that. And, like, it's not about who's more evil in this case. Like, we don't have to have a competition of who's the baddest bitch. It is, it's more so just, this is bad for everyone who likes freedom and democracy. The world is like, Trump sucks so much, who's taking charge? Well, like, again, Trump's not in charge, and Trump doesn't do anything. It's America sucks so much, who's taking charge. We just get to sit at a table with Russia, El Salvador, and Israel. Womp womp. Yeah, the worst fucking table.
Without naming names, all of it underscoring, though, how Xi has been working to present China as this stable alternative for what he calls, quote, an inclusive world order.
Well, I feel like our dragon horde is depleting a little bit now. If Egypt or the Saudis were there, it would be interesting for that area. Yeah, I forgot. That's the other bit that's part of. So we get to sit at the table with Russia, El Salvador, Israel, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia. That's who we get to sit at the table with. Wait, I mean, I forgot to invite myself. All these peasant working class politicians are trying to seize the means of production because I'm clumsy. Someone should stop them. If only they were actually, you know, trying to do that for good. They are trying to seize the means of production, just not to redistribute them to the working class, unfortunately. She used the term stable and inclusive. Clearly, China as well. Clearly.
Maya. Yeah, Janice, and as we mentioned, Russia's President Putin is there as well. What have we heard from him, particularly on the issue of NATO and Ukraine?
Consider the timing of this summit for Vladimir Putin, just weeks after his meeting with President Trump in Alaska about the war in Ukraine.
Which, by the way, the 2 weeks that Trump set expired today.
Putin today, again in the spotlight, blaming NATO for the ongoing war and claiming he has, quote, understandings with President Trump. He didn't say whether he's agreed to ceasefire talks, despite a deadline to do so.
We're going to talk a lot more about Russia today. There's no ceasefire. They're not even going to end. Like, there's no end to this war. It's not happening anytime soon. In fact, like, China doesn't want it to end either, because, you know, the longer this goes on, the weaker we are as the United States, and the stronger they are in position for, you know, conquest of Taiwan. Is that code for blackmail P-tape shit? Stop with the P-tapes. They don't, like, it doesn't matter and no one cares. They could plaster them on fucking CNN, Fox News, OAN, like, and literally Times Square all over, and nobody would care. Nobody would care. Like, remember back last time when Trump said you could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and no one would care about it? That was true. And the Russians could release tapes of Trump getting pissed on. None of it would matter. The Gooners would care? Yeah, okay, the Gooners would care. What's up, John Ross? I'm not even aware of what the P-tape discourse is. It's like the idea that Russia has blackmail of, like, escorts pissing on Trump. No one would care. When is Europe going to do something? No idea. Not anytime soon, Josh Seidel. And, you know, you would think that when Russia tried to assassinate the president of the European Union today, that might have spurred on some fucking action. But no, it didn't. It didn't, did it? And if you don't know what I'm talking about, we're going to look more into this once we're done with China. But just to give you a sneak peek, where are we? That's not the one. Here's Ursula von der Leyen's plane was forced to land in Bulgaria and use paper maps to land after suspected Russian GPS jamming disabled navigation as they were already in the air. And then also they did this like an hour later to a German military chief. So, you know, you would think Europe would want to do something about it, but pussies.
But by making this trip for the summit and attending a military parade here on Wednesday, he is again easing out of political.
Was last week. Yeah, they bombed the UK building, an EU building, and an American business last week. Also, they've had drones flying in and out of NATO airspace, falling into NATO countries for a couple weeks now. Actually, more than a month now.
Isolation. And another leader who is looking to make his way out of the wilderness, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. He has also been invited to the military parade, and South Korean media reporting that he's expected to arrive here in Beijing by special train in the next 24 hours. It's interesting.
Ooh, Kim's coming too. Well, you know, Trump wants to meet Kim. Also, I'm still shook by that meeting between the president of South Korea in the Oval Office with Trump, in which she's like, yeah, you should go and like talk to Kim and then build a Trump Tower and we can reunite the North and the South or some shit. Like, it was wild.
We also know India's Prime Minister Modi is also in attendance despite some frosty relations with China over border disputes. Tell us about Modi's meeting with Xi and also his meeting with Putin in the wake of those additional U.S. tariffs imposed on India for buying Russian oil.
Exactly. Just last week, President Trump slapped India with 50% tariffs. Today, Narendra Modi is
not exactly helpful in keeping them away from the Russians.
Holding hands with Putin, smiling with Xi Jinping, Modi and Putin sharing a car to go to a sideline meeting. In attending this summit, it was Modi's first visit to China in 7 years. This is after the two countries have had strained relations over border disputes that they are now saying they can overcome. This summit didn't need to deliver headlines or big deals because it's so heavy on symbolism. The message being that the leaders gathered here may have differences among them, but they are united in saying to the U.S. and to the West that they are not without friends. Maya.
We got Modi and Xi to like each other. That's a big fucking deal. Well, Trump served his purpose. I guess he can kick the bucket now. You better hope he doesn't, because we'll be a lot worse after that. The next guy's not great. Hate that every time Trump is on camera, it's a fluff session. Well, of course, they can't hurt his fifis, because the king will cry endlessly otherwise. So, so fun. Fun. I sure would like it if the worst people weren't in charge of countries and nations. I do too. Seems too much to ask for. How about the Australian stuff? I found this vid, loads of internal text about the NSN. Let me see if I've seen this one. I have also seen this one. Good video. Highly recommend it.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on
this last bit on China, and then we'll move on to the rest of the discussions on war in Europe.
All right, so these, of course, are pictures of the handshake, the latest handshake to have taken place. A lot will be said, a lot of interpretation, a lot of dissecting of the body language will take place. Of course, people are going to do comparisons between the meeting that was held between the two heads of state in Tamil Nadu earlier and on the banks of the Sabarmati. But first, let's tell you what are the main takeaways, the 10 main points we should focus on in this bilateral between Narendra Modi and Xi Jinping. It is important because this is the first time in 7 years that the Prime Minister of India is visiting China. It's been 5 years since the Galwan clash. Since then, not only disengagement but also de-escalation has taken place. So a considerable thaw in ties. In fact, now...
Have you seen anything about the St. Louis tornado? No, I haven't. Oxpecker, I'm not gonna lie, there was 2 tornadoes in my city this week, and I didn't know until 2 days after.
Gone a step beyond thaw.
And I don't live in a place that often gets them either. Like, you'd think I'd find out, but nope, 2 days after the fact.
Many would even wonder if there is a gradual, maybe not dramatic, but a gradual warmth creeping in as well. Strategic autonomy is affirmed. Remember that story about how multiple efforts were made by Donald Trump to try and reach out to India. He has repeatedly tried to bully us. The Prime Minister didn't take his call. And similarly, almost immune to all of those threats, we have carried on with business that India needs to do at this point. Engagement.
So far, I feel like everything is pretty consistent with what we've already known, in that we are pushing India and China closer together through economic pressure. And it is not benefiting the United States. Trump is starting to seem like Anakin Skywalker. He destroyed the Jedi, but brought balance to the Force years later. Well, like, the man has no intention of making the world better. And balance isn't necessarily good either if it's balance between a bunch of dictators. It's just, quiet. It's not even peace, it's just quiet. I didn't even have to make my own soldiers kneel. True. It's true.
With various...
Like, the Chinese really do get to do nothing and then continue to win, seems like. Also, on the topic of China, I forgot I should probably show you guys some of these. A Chinese company recently unveiled several mobile mock-ups of the American-produced HIMARS system that China is attempting to manufacture a version of, and I'm sure they will do so successfully. China will also unveil 3 high-powered microwave weapons in, actually at the September 3rd Tiananmen Square parade. These truck-mounted systems fire microwave pulses to fly drone electronics. We're developing these too as the United States. Wasn't the last big one earlier this year? I can't remember. Xi is conducting the largest purge of China's military leadership since Mao Zedong. Since the beginning of his 3rd term in 2023, Xi has initiated a massive personnel reshuffle. Almost 18% of the officers he appointed have disappeared from public eye and come under investigation or have been arrested. 14 generals have left the Central Military Commission. Like, it's not good for us, actually. Like, purging the military in this case, I would imagine, would be in relation to some of these people are weak. What are you talking about, not laws? No, you haven't. What have I not done? But yeah, not good. Not good at all. Very, very, very bad. So, let's move on off of China, and let's talk about Europe, and also Ukraine, and also Russia. Oh, actually, I do want to show just like a nice little happy stuff for a second, like a couple, not exactly, I don't want to say good news, just not bad news, I guess. Just things that happened. I don't even know if I would consider it news at this point. Hold on, let me grab these out. Yeah, I need a break from war for a hot second. So let's take a look at Americans are not fucking anymore. 37% report weekly sex comparatively to what would be 55 back in the 90s. Now, I wonder why Americans aren't fucking. Does it maybe have something to do with the massive amount of hatred directed at women? I see myself on that chart. Well, you're American. Though, I feel like for you, maybe that's not the case. Maybe it's not, yeah, for you it's just stress. I can feel that one. But, not exactly great for the birth rate declining crowd. It's hard to fuck women when you hate them. Yeah, it's hard to convince women to fuck you when you hate them. Who could have possibly seen that coming? I did not know that John Cena is this fucking wholesome. Like, to be fair, I don't know much about John Cena at all, really. But know that this man was this wholesome. This was wild to listen to.
Get to be on the red carpet and ask a question to someone, either living or dead. Who would you have loved to have a conversation with?
So if we get to swap places and I get to ask you a question, you flew in when? That's not my question. You flew in from India, correct?
Yes.
When?
I flew in yesterday.
And how long was the flight?
My flight was from Bombay, Abu Dhabi to London.
10 and a half?
Yes.
Okay, so my question to you was, you fly all this way to be in the heat, to be behind the camera and drive a journalistic interview. Why do you do what you do?
Because I absolutely love the movies. It's in my blood. And I can't think of doing anything else than this. This moment that I'm sharing with you right now is exactly why I think I was born and why I'm here. Absolutely love my job.
Man, that's one hell of an answer. I dig your passion, and I think that's who I would ask and why I would ask it. So thanks for making me think that way.
Jesus Christ, like, what happened to people like this? By the way, if any of you are one of those Americans who can't get laid because women don't want to be around you, I'd fuck him and I'm gay. Like, that's what being a good person will produce. Like, I'm not even attracted to men, and I would fuck John Cena for that. Being a good person in 2025? What is that, like, 2% of the population? Hell yeah. John Cena fucks for real? I believe that too. Bro's a freak for what they let him do in Peacemaker. I haven't seen any of it, so, you know. I don't get to, like, watch TV very much. It's on my list of things I want to watch, but I haven't even gotten past the first season of One Piece yet. Believing in human rights is generally very attractive. Generally, yeah, I would agree. What's TV? I have no idea, mate. I do not know.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Loving other humans.
Thank you, John. Thank you so much.
Stuff like that, you know, generally good things. You know what else is a good thing? Now, like, this might sound like a not good thing, but it actually is a very good thing. There was a car accident recently, and the person inside the car who had the car accident was Rudy Giuliani. And Rudy Giuliani is fucked because he was diagnosed following this car accident with a fractured thoracic vertebrae. Dude's fucked. He did not die, but he will never recover from that. Like, that is an incredibly, like, intense thing to recover from. You need to be able to walk and exercise. No, it's not, like, necessarily. Like, it could lead to paralysis. It could be life-threatening. It could result in suffering for the rest of your life, depending on how the recovery and the actual medical care is handled. Now, I'm sure they gave him good medical care. Dude is not healthy, and he's not one to put effort into his own, well-being. Are you saying that God is real and karma exists? No, I'm saying that I'm real, and karma is luck at this point. Fucker was probably drunk and, he's an asshole. Like, he possibly was drunk. He's also really dumb. So, I don't know if you have to attribute intoxication to somebody who is so dumb that it doesn't matter. Maybe this is just causality then. That's true. And he does drink a lot. That is true. I don't know. And it's not like, he has to worry about getting a DUI. He knows all the fucking cops. So maybe he does. But yeah, he's 81. So 81 with a fractured thoracic vertebrae is not going to have an easy time. They're not recovering from that. Dude is at best going to be in pain for the rest of his life. I wonder if his hair is still dripping. Always. Always. Always, always, always. I remember him getting permanently disbarred. That was great. So the dumbest bit about this, they're going to give him the Presidential Medal of Freedom. The attorney who was disbarred from both New York and D.C. and lost an estimated $148 million in a defamation judgment for lying about election fraud is going to get given the Presidential Medal of Freedom after he got into a car accident. This guy was in his late 70s, destroying this life and legacy to deep throat Trump. I mean, he was already a piece of shit before that, but, yeah, people wouldn't have remembered him as a piece of shit. They would have remembered him as the guy who was mayor during 9/11. And, finally, before we move on to more, upsetting news, RFK Jr. really just has an inability to not out himself on television, doesn't he? Remember, this is the same guy, in this case, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who talked about killing a bear, then shoving that bear into his trunk in New Jersey, then driving that across the border into New York, and then parking his car, and then carrying the dead bear into Central Park to leave it there. He had admitted to sawing the head off of a beached whale, and then bringing that home. He has talked about the fact that he would not eat humans when nobody asked him on, national television. I'm not kidding. Nobody asked, and the man's like, yeah, I wouldn't eat people. This is what he said today.
You weren't ever on Jeffrey Epstein's jet, were you?
I was on Jeffrey Epstein's jet 2 times. I was on it in 1993, and I was on it and I went to Florida with my wife and 2 children.
You know that you're on Fox News with Jesse Waters. You could just say no. He just says it. Yeah. RFK Jr. is real life, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia character. He really is. Did he have a fascination with torturing animals as a kid? I don't know. But, one more time, just bear with me, because it kind of, again, why even say it? You're on Fox. Just say no.
I was on Jeffrey Epstein's jet 2 times. I was on it in 1993, and I was on it and I went to Florida with my wife and 2 children to visit
You
my
brought
mom
children, your kids, onto Jeffrey Epstein's plane.
over Easter. My wife had some kind of relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell.
And then that. You're just making it worse. Please keep going. Please keep going. Do not stop. Please do not stop. Like, it is
They offered
an old clip, but like, I just want to remind you of how insane this man is.
a ride to Palm Beach. So I went then, and then on another occasion, I flew again with my family, with I think 4 of my children, and Mary, my wife, to Rapid City, South Dakota, to go fossil hunting for a weekend. And but otherwise, I was never on his jet alone. I've been very open about this from the.
The I was never on his jet alone bit is insane. So, just to recap, this man was asked on Fox, have you been on Jeffrey Epstein's jet? The man not only says yes, like not even trying to like hide it, but twice, in fact. And then also volunteers that his wife was friends with Ghislaine Maxwell. Like, it's actually really funny. I was the Zodiac Killer too, actually. Like, literally, Josh Waters, I could see it. I was never on his jet alone, in case you think someone raped me, but I brought my children and my wife and stuff. Did his wife hold his hand on the jet? Well, his wife was friends with Ghislaine Maxwell, so, you know, I'm more concerned for the kids over there. All right, and then final piece of good, news before we talk about Russia. This is an example of something that I support. Now, there are many things occurring in this video, and I'm not going to tell you exactly what part of this video I support. You'll have to guess. This is a video of Istanbul, where trans people gave a homophobe who was harassing them a public beating. Good job, Istanbul. This is the transnational gangs Kamala was chirping about. Fucking hilarious. It doesn't even occur to him that he doesn't, like, that this isn't normal behavior. Well, I mean, of course, it's Shai Hulud in RFK's brain that decides what he's supposed to do. Oxpecker, OJ was actually innocent. I did that too. It's fantastic. This is base behavior, though. I support, and you know what? Like, they were not going easy. Those aren't, like, just, like, punches. They're using sticks and shit. That's what happens when you start harassing a group of people. Doesn't matter what kind of group of people. A group of people in, like, general. It just so happens that this group of people were trans. And it just so happens there was enough of them. And they were not here to deal with that guy's bullshit. And good for them. Really. 100% support. Now, we can move on to depressing news. So, the Russians have attacked Europe on multiple occasions now, in general, but have gone further now and are specifically targeting high-ranking European officials, going from Ursula von der Leyen, which I showed earlier, even going after Germany's military chiefs, and beyond that, likely a whole lot more. They're not likely to stop, and we're going to take a look at what Europe's going to do about it. We'll see, but it's not looking great on this subject, guys. Let me just finish getting all of these links open. There we go. So, first off, Ursula von der Leyen's plane was forced to land in Bulgaria using paper maps after suspected Russian GPS jamming disabled navigation near Plovdiv. And I mean, first off, incredibly lucky that this didn't get worse. Beyond that, though, it's incredibly lucky that this hasn't impacted more people, because the jamming in the region. Let me take a map. Hold on. Need a map to show you just the extent of space that is impacted by these jammers in the region. I mean, all the way to northern Turkey, all from Moldova, coasts of Bulgaria, these are all impacted. Of course, generally around Ukraine in general, Belarus. There's jamming all going down the border between Ukraine and Europe, as well as throughout the inside of Ukraine and throughout, Russia, Georgia, and then northern Turkey. There are jammers at sea. There is a lot in this region. And all of these cities have airports, mind you. And so regular planes, civilian planes, are also impacted by GPS jamming. We've been very lucky so far because a complete GPS outage in an airport's vicinity poses serious risk for aircraft navigation, approach, landing, possible collisions, even experienced pilots face huge challenges in maintaining situational awareness. Could she have died from that? Absolutely. The plane could have crashed, easily. It also could have just gotten attacked, because if the radar is jammed, if the GPS is jammed, that means that we don't really have a read on where the plane exactly is, which means if they were to attack it, then it would take us a little while longer to determine whether or not, that's where the attack was, what was being, targeted, all of that.
A plane carrying the EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen was targeted by GPS jamming while trying to land in Bulgaria. A spokesperson has said it's believed the interference was carried out by Russia. The plane landed safely after the pilots used paper maps. Senior international correspondent Melissa Bell has more on this from Paris. So Melissa, good to have you on. What more do we know about what happened here? I mean, pilots reverting and resorting to using paper maps just shows the incredible jamming that occurred here, where the plane systems, essentially the GPS systems, went down.
What do you mean there's zero proof? There's tons of proof, Pac-Man. We have proof of Russian radar jammers in Kaliningrad, which is right next to, Lithuania. We have evidence of the Russians doing lots of hybrid warfare attacks on Finland and Estonia, on their electrical infrastructure. We have several proven examples of Russian drone attacks into Poland, Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia, and Romania, and Moldova. I'm missing one. And Hungary in the last 2 months. These are all known and confirmed and proven. So, I don't know what, you're on about. The only people who would be jamming this would be in this case specifically with the radar jam. No, it's Russia, because they did it back to back. This happened to von der Leyen, and then an hour later the same thing was then happening to the German military chief. This is the Russians. Don't Occam's razor, the simplest solution is generally the actual solution. What's up, Miss Evelyn Rose?
Rose, that's right. We only found out about this today as a result of the Commission speaking out about it, Eleni, after getting word.
But all of the issues come from Russia in the region anyway. So where else are they going to come from if not the people consistently doing the things that are causing other problems that are very similar and very closely related to these problems? Again, there is no other actor that's more likely to be the case for this.
Bulgarian authorities that this GPS jamming was, they believe, the work of Moscow. But it happened.
I can see your point there, but it is impossible to prove a negative. And so me proving that it was Russia that did it, Slavik's razor. Thank you. Yeah, not sure if the Russians did it. The answer is yes. It's yes always. Again, they should be the ones having to prove that they didn't do it, not Europe having to prove that it was them. Because we know it's them every other time. Now, if the 1 out of 10,000 happens to not be them, and they're blamed for it, well, you can only blame the last 9,999 times. She should have had inertial navigation systems. You should be able to calibrate inertial system and do navigation internally without the need of satellites. Well, should have, would have, could have. Unfortunately, hindsight is 2020. They are going to be increasing, satellite level defenses against GPS jamming after this, but
Of course, on Sunday, this is part of Ursula von der Leyen, Europe's top leader, of course, the Commission President's whistle-stop tour of Eastern Europe, designed specifically to shore up support for Ukraine. On this tour, as she landed in southern Bulgaria, this incident on, what was it, charter plane, the Commission's also recognized that they don't know whether she herself was specifically targeted or the plane in general, but certainly very concerning. As you say, the pilots having to resort to paper maps to land the plane safely. It did land safely and she was able to carry on with her work. But she pointed out on the tarmac there, after, of course, learning of this incident, but before the rest.
We also didn't learn about this until 2 days after the case, of it happening. This happened on Sunday. Sorry, not 2 days after the case, hours after the case. I don't know why I said days there. It happened on Sunday, and it happened, how many hours ago this was reported? 8 hours ago? This happened well over that, almost double that time had passed before this video had come out.
The world had learned of it, that there was an urgency that we needed to keep in mind about fighting Russia and continuing to support Ukraine. You can see the images of her landing on Sunday.
You know, Captain Buggy, to get a commercial pilot's license, you have to be able to fly a plane without being able to see fucking anything. You need to be able to navigate and do it successfully using only the tools that are in the plane, the thing that tells you how high you are and what direction you're looking in versus your wind speed, all of that. The I don't know what it's called, the 6-pack I think it's called, where it's the 6 circle dials that show all of these different I don't know what the word is. I'm not a fucking pilot. The 6 different important things to consider while flying. You have to be able to navigate specifically with just that and no sight and no GPS to get a commercial flying license in general. Pilots don't have very good visibility. It's insane that they can even manage to land accurately. Well, that's true. They do have them. It's standard protocol to land just in case. There's no fallback then. They wait to get to the diplomatic secure location. That makes sense. It's amazing how they can land in heavy weather and cloud cover when you can't see anything. They have to know how to do that before they even get their commercial pilot's license. If you only have a recreational pilot's license, you're not, flying a big plane, you're flying a small propeller one, you're not even allowed to fly within a mile of a cloud at that level, at least with the United States' laws around their licensing. You're not allowed to even be within a mile of a cloud because it could cause a lot of issues. Serbia's protesting, so is everyone else. Good for them.
On that airport tarmac in southern Bulgaria safely. But another example, as she said, of the need to keep a very close eye on Russia and continue fighting.
Fuck Vucic, mind you.
We are, of course, aware and used to somehow to the threats and intimidations that are regular.
You probably shouldn't be used to.
Regular component of Russia's hostile behavior. Of course, this will only reinforce even further our unshakable commitment to ramp up defense capabilities and.
They are, Serbia really is protesting hard, but you have to understand that it comes down to they are functionally in a civil war, because if they lose, then they're just doing the Bosnian genocide again. That's what, Serbia's government wants to do.
Support for Ukraine.
So you see, the Commission then speaking up about it, this is exactly what the point she was trying to make, and it couldn't have been more eloquently than her plane being targeted as it was, Eleni.
Now, moving on off her, that's two. We also have Germany's military chief reports GPS interference during flights just hours after EU chief Ursula von der Leyen's plane was targeted by suspected Russian GPS jamming. I can't talk today for some fucking reason. General Karsten Brauer said the disruption happened over the Baltic Sea during military exercise in Lithuania. Now, that one is 100% Russia, because that's right by Kaliningrad, where they have their biggest fucking GPS jamming tools and, like, espionage satellites and all of that shit feed into that general vicinity. It's where they launch a lot of their sabotage operations on, like, Europe from. I don't want to watch another Bosnian genocide. There's already too many. Yeah, me too. Me too. That's why I would much rather they overthrow Vucic. It's the Russians jamming your speech with their infrasound device. You know what? It is. As we already established, it's always the Russians. Always. EU is to boost satellite defenses against GPS jamming, Defense Commissioner says, following Sunday's incident with President von der Leyen and her plane being jammed on the route to Bulgaria. The Bulgarian authorities suspecting Russian interference. Social media has made it super easy to run a disinformation campaign. You can destabilize the country just by buying ads. Why can't we do the opposite? I want to do a stabilization campaign, and I'm the ad.
Let's get more analysis of this situation and bring in Patrick Berry. Patrick Berry is a senior associate professor in warfare.
Let's see what these talking heads have to say. I'm really curious if Europe is going to step up because, again, just last week we had the European Council bombed inside of Ukraine by Russia. We had a UK building bombed by Russia in Ukraine. We had an American business bombed by Russia in Ukraine. And again, we've had multiple cross-border raids. Well, you are kind of doing that, I guess. I found your stream when I was looking for commentary on the Kamala versus Trump election. Yeah, Pre-Breakfast Banana, you are one of the OGs. You've been here since, like, the early days of this stream.
And counter-terrorism at the University of Bath. Patrick, thanks for being with us here on France 24. We appreciate your time. To start with, what's your take on this incident involving the jet of Ursula von der Leyen?
Good evening. Yeah, it's something that somebody, or others have pointed out has been going on much closer to the Ukrainian airspace or the Russian airspace in the past. It's fairly frequent. We've had the carrier Finnair being forced to turn around from a flight to Estonia, for example. But this is, as far as I can tell, given where Plovdiv is, the furthest geographically.
I'd like to remind you all that it was about 7 months ago, actually 8 months ago, when the German, the Dutch, and I believe one more country in the EU had their security and intelligence agencies come forward and say, hey, we expect the Russians to start doing cross-border, like, hybrid warfare against NATO countries within 6 months. And that's exactly what happened, because 6 months passed, and then it has started to ramp up since then, and it's been 2 months.
Away from Russia where something like this has happened to such a high profile person. So I think it's a signal. It's, that's how I'd interpret it. It's too far essentially from the front line to be military jamming gone wrong, or overextended, etc. And so, yeah, I think it's a signal. I think it should be interpreted as such. And hopefully, as your previous correspondent said, it results in extra investment in more.
It is really fucking bold. I understand that, but, that's kind of all the Russians do, is they just spit in, the West's face, and the liberals eat it because, I can't explain why liberals do what they do. I don't know what the inside of, that mentality looks like. Imagine that, intelligence agencies that had intelligence. True. If I were Russia, I wouldn't want to poke the EU for fear that they will ramp up weapons support. I don't think that Russia gives a shit about EU ramping up weapons support. And honestly, I don't blame them. See, the thing is, why would Russia be afraid of Europe if Europe has not done anything to indicate that they are, like, gonna retaliate? Europe's done nothing other than fund Ukraine, and honestly, barely. Like, they've given quite a lot of, money there, but a lot of that has also come with, some strings. Why do you think Ukraine is focused so much on developing its own domestic manufacturing? Russia doesn't care because they have infinite funding from China. Well, temporarily. But beyond that, it's not even that. Europe doesn't have anywhere near enough soldiers to fight against Russia. It doesn't. Ukraine would be far more successful than the entirety of, the European Union right now. The current European Union versus Russia would do worse than just Ukraine fighting Russia right now. This is a blatant schoolyard bully situation between Europe and Russia. It's true. And Europe wants to treat this like they would, teach Europeans to deal with a bully. By, you should turn the other cheek and just be better than them. Don't stoop to their level. Meanwhile, like, someone who's fucking serious and has been bullied and had dealt with that situation will tell you when they go low, you go lower. Not this civility bullshit. Again, this is why the main negotiating strategy of the Russians is demand everything, even if, like, it is an insane demand, and then refuse to negotiate because someone in the West will give you a concession. Someone will. When we talk about the EU's military, generally we think of, like, collective NATO forces. European countries as standalone states aren't very resourceful. Well, like, that's why I said European Union and not NATO. Because, first off, NATO involves Turkey, which is the second largest military in NATO, who is a coin flip onto where they're going to land, considering where Erdogan was in China today. The unwillingness to bully back in general is a general issue present in all liberal politics activity right now. It's 100% true. It's pretty shaky long-term. Putin knows it. Like, it's Trump being an asset, and that's causing the Russians to act up. They were acting up before then, and they will continue to act up, without him either. But it is absolutely influencing how comfortable they feel. They are trying to keep the West on edge so that Russia can control the Siberian rebellion the Siberian rebellion that no one ever talks about. Well, so here's the thing, right? The Russians are the school shooter of world countries. That is the mentality of the Russian government. They are functionally a school shooter in the classroom of every country in the world. And so you can't really attribute rational thinking to them because they don't have it. They haven't developed the ability as a government to do so because they haven't had a government incentivized for rational thinking pretty much ever. I think back from the 1900s onwards. I'm not going to go any further back than that. But we had a Tsar, then we had Lenin, who immediately didn't do any of the things that he wrote about. Then we had Stalin, and then we had Yeltsin, and then and then we're here. There's not much in that span of time for a civil society to develop. Having similar convos with people at protests today about unions not being tough enough these days either. Well, again, American unions used to be incredibly strong. We allowed them to get weak. But it's not about, it's just fighting. I need every one of you to be willing to fight. The only reason you have a weekend off right now is because the leftists fought and died for it. And the only reason America existed is because people fought and then died. Now, doesn't matter what any of the other details are. Fought and died. Russia's hurting a lot more than most people admit in general. They're hurting quite a lot. And we're going to talk about that today as well. But it does not matter. They don't give a fuck at all about, the extent to which the average Russian civilian is struggling financially, is struggling in any real way. I'm way out of my element with Russia. A lot of people are, like, because we in America have been eating Russian propaganda for 10 years now. Because that's, like, directly conjoined with MAGA. I think Russia broke away from the Soviet Union before Kazakhstan. Like, there are people in Russia today that are claiming that the USSR never disbanded because it was done illegally. And also in February, I covered this, the Russians built like 8 new Stalin statues in the Moscow subway. So...
or lower orbit satellites for the EU's use and
yes, so on the satellites, we're going to touch on that in a second, but France and Germany have decided to improve their early warning system, develop one for to be operated by NATO NORAD and the United States, dubbed Joule. The system will include space-based satellite missile early warning, defense-based Odin's Eye 1/2 project, as well as ground-based radars throughout Europe. Paris and Berlin have stated that they're open to project participation from other countries in the EU or NATO. Like, sure. Like, I'm not sure, like, this is the only use case for these satellites. I'm not sure that any of these satellites have one use case at this point. Twitch censored my comments. What did you say, Latino Mafune? It's usually YouTube that does that. Russia is a third world country now. So is America. We about to be the the world's first fourth world country. The reason why we have Labor Day is because the police threw a bomb into a crowd of protesting workers. That's also true. I thought Navalny was going to turn things around. I have hope for Russia to take their country back. Didn't they kill Navalny? Or, like, he's in prison forever or something, isn't he?
countermeasures, etc.
Indeed, one talks and many...
The only people who are going to take Russia back are the Russian Volunteer Corps fighting for Ukraine.
Experts talk, and many people with great insight, such as yourself, talk about the threat coming from Russia, and that threat being not so much the threat of military ballistic action, but cyber terrorism, those kind of issues, the such a things that we're talking about. And this EU action plan that's been mooted as a possibility, how might that look?
Nothing. It's not going to look like anything. We're not going to announce what the cybersecurity plans actually are, because that would not exactly brigade OPSEC for the European nations. So, like, you're not even going to get a proper answer on that. You're going to get some bullshit half answer. He fell ill? Yeah, absolutely. That's what I thought. Oh, mind you, by the way, Russian drones have been systematically spying on military transport routes and critical infrastructure, both German and American, in Germany for a while now.
They appear out of nowhere, often at night, sometimes in groups, silent, fleeting, and gone again.
Drones make Russia small again. Greater Ukraine.
Power plants, military areas, rail lines, ports. And their mission, according to media reports, spying on weapons export routes and critical infrastructure. Since 2021, drone sightings in Germany have surged. Russian intelligence reportedly recruits local operators to monitor transport with hobby drones or uses professional fixed-wing models to gather intelligence. The Kremlin denies it, but NATO says Russia is running sabotage missions in Europe.
We are not at war, but we are certainly not at peace either.
Guys, if you want a good, stable world with good people in charge, we gotta make it. Like, that's kind of just it. The world is the way that it is because the people in charge made it the way it is. We gotta make it the way we want it to be.
Eastern Germany is a key transit zone for NATO troops and arms bound for Ukraine. That makes the drone flights a serious threat to Germany's support for Ukraine and to the alliance defenses.
Dass Drohnen auch über den Häfen, über den Eisenbahnanlagen unterwegs sind, dürfte niemand überraschen. Es gibt aber nicht so furchtbar viel Handhabe.
The German Armed Forces has been aware of the problem for some time. In 2023, they set up a drone task force and acquired dozens of intercept drones, which can stop unidentified aerial objects, but protecting military convoys and infrastructure remains challenging. Since January, the government has proposed...
Well, at least they're doing something to do that. Like, we're not. We're doing the opposite. We've cut all funding to protect ourselves and our infrastructure specifically. Like, again, it's not all that difficult to cyber attack the US, and one malicious cyber attack on energy infrastructure could result in months of no power, depending on where it's done. Yeah, nobody's coming to save you. Every leader in the world was just some dude or et. You really do have to make the difference. Sound itchy, but like it's fucking true. Yeah. Trump decided he didn't care about Russian cyber attacks. That was weird. Well, hold on. Let me show you guys something. I've shown this a few times, but it's been a hot minute, but God, it's always so annoying to try and find something specific. I only just recently saw this too. God, I need like... Whatever, it was from TASS Media. Anyone know the source that I'm talking about when it's TASS Media, and it was during election time, like right around the election, and it was from, was it Nikolai Patrushev, I think, saying Donald Trump made promises that he's gonna have to keep and all of that. Let me see if I can just find from the actual TASS website. Our intelligence agencies have been gutted. Hell, it's actually worse than just gutted. I haven't had time to cover this because there's been a lot going on, and I wasn't even going to talk about this today, but on the subject of our intel agencies, Director of National Intelligence and Russian operative Tulsi Gabbard reportedly blindsided senior officials at the CIA, including Director John Ratcliffe, another Russian agent, last week when she publicly disclosed the identity of an undercover officer at the CIA on a list of 37 current and former agents that would be stripped of their security clearances for accusation that they had, quote, violated the trust placed in them by weaponizing, politicizing, manipulating, or leaking classified intelligence. She doxed an undercover operative still in the field. We should start trolling Putin by calling Moscow New Kyiv from now on. Done. It's New Kyiv from now on. Forever. HSI has destroyed their anti-terrorism and anti-trafficking offices so like they can do their own trafficking and terrorism. That tracks. LOL, this is what I would do if I was attempting to destroy America from within. She's literally fifth columning us. Yep. Jesus, Director of National Intelligence with another oopsie. Yeah. It's really bad. Two former government officials said their read on the situation is that Gabbard is under pressure to regain Trump's confidence after falling out of favor with him and his aides earlier this year after she posted a video and delivered testimony about the nuclear capabilities of Iran. Even if she's not a spy, she should resign. Like, again, it doesn't matter whether or not these people are spies. But if I was a spy, I would be doing exactly the same thing that these people are doing. Like, it's just that simple. Got you, Kaname-kun. God damn it, I found a TASS article that looked very much like the one that I want, but it wasn't the one that I want. Whatever, that's too much looking for that. And now we've started seeing fucking, Jesus Christ, hentai. I don't need that while I'm working. Twitter is genuinely unusable half the time. Fucking hate this. I hate the internet these days, honestly, if I'm being serious. This was Ursula von der Leyen today in Poland. While we're on the topic, just jumping right back to the actual topic. She needs to take over the Israeli intelligence operation. we need to stop paying for that too. Like, stopping funding that would be nice. Look, I don't do fucking cartoon porn. I forget sometimes which one is the moving ones and which ones are not, alright? What was the genre? What the fuck do you mean? Who the fuck should I know? And why the fuck should I care? Just because Elon spends billions to goon to fucking cartoons on Twitter. If I wanted porn, I would listen to audio porn. Bosch would tell us what genre, because Bosch knows what genre. I looked at it for half a second and then shut the tab, because I don't care. And it's also not my thing. We're talking about Russia and war, and you gooners. This is giving I'm ovulating energy. I should just never speak. If you say so. I do say so. I do say so. This is rude. This is fucking... This is... What's the word? Stunlocking us. Right now. Horny coping mechanisms. Y'all are the ones that are horny. Y'all are the ones that said that, you know, you're not having sex. In fact, Bun, you were the one that said you related to the chart that showed 37% decrease in Americans fucking. I do not relate to that chart. Bosch is an expert on all of the porn genres, especially horsemen's. Okay, can we put the horny stuff in horny jail and continue with the war? Because I'm barely even getting started. It's really bad, guys. We're still on Europe. We haven't even looked at Russia and Ukraine individually yet. Women want one thing, and it's war with Russia. Puts hentai in the folder with taxes. True.
And determined in investing in our defense posture. We have to keep this sense of urgency because we know that Putin has not changed and will not change. He is a predator. In the last 25 years, he started 4 wars: Chechnya, Georgia, Crimea, and the full-blown invasion in Ukraine. We know by experience.
Okay, we're gonna freeze then. Whatever. Doesn't matter. She is correct. Again, you can't negotiate with Putin. You can't, because he has no interest in it. Russia is the school shooter of nations. Doesn't the war in Crimea count as Ukraine? Yes. It's literally, that's when the Ukraine war started. Like, most people forget that it was way back then. Was it like 2014? And she did include Georgia in there as well. But you know what? I would go so far as to still keep it 4 because they've now invaded Transnistria as well. So, you know, honestly, probably more than just that. And Russian propaganda is overtaking legitimate news in the Czech Republic. I didn't even realize that it hadn't already done so. I felt like, you know, Russian propaganda overtook the news in most places when it overtook our legitimate news.
Russian propaganda is overtaking legitimate news in the Czech Republic. A new report claims that disinformation websites in the Czech Republic publish around 120 articles a day, outpacing its main reliable news outlets. Czech media company Voxpot teams up with an IT association called Druid to analyse 360,000 publications across 16 platforms over the past 25 years. The investigation revealed that disinformation servers in the country churn out more articles every day than the largest Czech media houses, often doing so covertly with Russian money or funding from entities close to Russia. Voxpot said that roughly 10% of the articles were direct translations of pieces from state
Russian propaganda, let me guess, anti-immigration, anti-trans, anti-degeneracy, anti-democracy, pro-Nazi, literally all of the above.
Owned and state-controlled Russian outlets such as Sputnik and RT, or other websites linked to the Russian propaganda machine. The EU has banned these media platforms since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February 2022. The report notes a
like, why do we only selectively do actions that could be seen as tough on Russia? Like, it's not like Russia wouldn't have threatened nuclear war for shutting down fucking media. They literally do it every week anyway. But we won't take all of the money that we've frozen in Russian assets that belong to Russian oligarchs and war criminals and then give it to Ukraine. We just won't do that, even though, like, it would produce the same reaction from them. It will never make sense to me.
Common tactic that Russian propaganda campaigns often employ in Europe. As election time approaches, the amount of disinformation ramps up. The Czech Republic is due to hold its parliamentary elections in early October, and Voxpot says that around 4,000 misleading articles are published per month, the highest rate in history. Some of the misleading headlines include the supposed bankruptcy of Ukraine, allegations that Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni was spotted taking cocaine, and accusations that Brussels...
Oh, thank you, Buncor. It wasn't in Taz originally. It was where I had mainly seen it, because that's where it was being reported from, but... Let me translate it. But yes, you're right, long always APN. Banning my anti-democratic bullshit isn't free speech, so you must allow me to subvert your country, or it's not free speech. Actually, that's not the one I was looking for. But it does include the bit that I wanted. So we have to raise our role in the oceans, said the president of the Russian assistant to the president of the Russian Federation, Nikolai Patrushev, said here. But the most important part of this is down here. Let me ask you, before moving directly to the C theme, ask about your assessment of the U.S. presidential election. Does the coming change of power in the United States have a positive changes from the point of view of Russia? Quote, to succeed in the elections, Donald Trump relied on certain forces to which he has the corresponding obligations, and as a responsible person, he will be obliged to fulfill them. This was like literally days after the election. Remember, kids, if you are addicted to cocaine, you're qualified to be in the government somewhere. You know what? I agree. I do. This is the original from Taz. Thank you again. Yikes. Yeah. I remember showing this like a year ago, and then everyone like laughed. They're like, oh, that's nothing. As they often do with most things, generally. Like the people who just don't want to think about possible bad things happening and discomfort. Accusing politician of doing cocaine is like accusing an American of smoking. That's true. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like if anyone's wondering, it's not very difficult to see why some of the actions that we have taken. Like maybe cutting all of the cybersecurity that we have against Russia, or, you know, the Doge scandal. The one where Big Balls and a bunch of other fucking teenage Nazis leaked your private information, including your social security information, to the Russians. The literal Russians. Shocking, I know. In a slight amount of positive news, Finland is looking to have 1 million reservists by 2031, which is not a small amount. Like, that is a serious goal. They raised the age limit to 65 and submitted a bill to parliament aimed at significantly increasing the military reserve. The document is approved. The size of the Finnish army in wartime will exceed 1 million people by 2031. And they might actually need this because this is ominous and horrifying to think about so soon. Breaking: French hospitals are preparing for potential mass casualties by March 2026. Ministry of Health documents ask regional health agencies to anticipate wounded soldiers from possible European conflicts as part of standard crisis planning. As in, by March 2026, there is the potential for mass casualties in France that they need to prepare for that. Those are the financial information. Discover who we have employed as secret agents. With what Tulsi did, this makes this make me concerned for other people. Well, you should be, because it was on purpose. Hospitals could receive 10,000 to 50,000 wounded people over a 10 to 180-day period. Plans include setting up medical centers near ports and airports for patient transfer, ensuring the system can manage high volumes safely. Medical staff will be trained for wartime conditions, including resource management. These, by the way, these are the signs that you really need to look out for. When we start talking about developing like a plan for medical care for soldiers, that's how you know that like war is coming. Like that is one of the clearest indications. For perspective, the U.S. military has 2.86 military personnel. Not all of them active duty, and not all of them, you know, like combat oriented. But yes, but also this is like not just soldiers; it's including civilians, because we're talking about a war on, you know, in Europe. But gotta order my perfume in bulk. I almost forgot. Goddamn bespoke scents. Fair. So they're trained for wartime conditions, including resource management, trauma care, rehabilitation, psychological support. Staff may assist the Army Health Services as needed. Health Minister Catherine Vautrin emphasized that this is precautionary planning, not a sign of imminent conflict. Except we're not going to do precautionary planning this severe and this overtly unless there is a likely outcome. We've been making these plans, and so has every other country for years. We just usually don't publish it. Generally. Hospitals routinely prepare for mass casualty events. Civilian hospitals would support military hospitals if their capacity is exceeded. As they even say here, they routinely prepare for mass casualty events, just not usually for mass casualty events in the scenario of like a potential war with a specific time limit of March 2026, which is really, really, really close. Incredibly worrying, I would say. I don't know. Not exactly looking at that and being hopeful for what's going to come after that. Mind you, no, hold on. Sorry, I forgot. We were doing Europe before we move on to Ukraine. We're going to jump off of war for a second and jump back to Nazis. I knew we were going to have to come back to Nazis at one point. The UK is cooked. Y'all, the UK is fucked. The biggest, most overt test of U.S. commitment to any of the EU alliances is Russia just straight up declaring war on all of the EU publicly and seeing what the U.S. does about it. I mean, like, haven't they kind of already done that? Wasn't Alexander Dugin not that long ago talking about how the U.S. should invade Ukraine and Europe with Russia? Where's Dugin? Give me the full. There we go. From Dugin himself. Europe must be brought in line with the broader multipolar model in which both Trump and Putin agree, as do Xi Jinping, the great ruler of Great China, and Modi, the great ruler of Great India. Therefore, Europe must either become great or it will cease to exist altogether. By the way, if you don't know who Alexander Dugin is, he's really important. They call him Putin's brain in Russia. So, you know. Again, great America, great India, great China, great Israel. In fact, it's even mentioned down here, Ukraine must belong to us and no one else, not Europe, not to America. At the same time, it's entirely conceivable that Canada would become the 51st state. We have no objections to that. Or that Greenland will become America. We also have no objections to that. And even if Western Europe becomes American, we probably won't object too much to that either. But Ukraine, Belarus, the Baltics, Eastern Europe are ours, they say. Yes, the Russia-Iran Union state will oppose the U.S.-Israeli alliance, but in the end, we will inevitably find common formulas for a truce, as in, like, oh, well, you know, like, we're all fascists here. I'm sure we can get along. If Trump really wanted to do expansionism, manifest destiny, invade. No. See, you're misunderstanding. Trump is not the one who will do the expansionism and manifest destiny. That's for Vance's term. Trump's job is to be the guy on TV while they build the prerequisites for that, and then he dies, and then the next guy will then do that. That's always been the plan. Yeah. Makes sense when you think about it. And you know, that's why we support shit like this all over the world. This is from the UK today, by the way. Speaking of Nazis, a white man with a knife reportedly attacked a toddler, hurled racist abuse at worshippers, assaulted a man, and threatened to kill Muslims and burn down the mosque while screaming, "Go back to where you came from," outside of Jami Mosque in Portsmouth last night. Literally just American thoughts. Like, yeah. Yep, from day one, Trump was nothing but a mouthpiece, like meaningless. He's actually not just a mouthpiece. He's a scapegoat. He's the lightning rod that can take all of the negative attention while JD stays, you know, as quiet as he can while still doing the bits that he has to do, and taking most of the heat because then it protects the next guy.
You fuck right. If you get closer, I would have to send myself. Man, you are if you get closer. Yeah, you wouldn't. Hey, exactly. He's got a knife. He's got a knife. He's got a knife.
My bad if that was too loud.
Get back, everyone. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Oh, no.
You guys didn't mean this.
What we've got to do is fucking protect our fucking children.
Take the knife from him, he will hit him.
This guy's drunk as shit too. Average fucking Brit. It's kind of biblical in that sense because he genuinely cannot be replicated. You're not wrong. The quiet ones can do the bullshit. That's true. That's true. And like, again, like, I'm not religious or believe in any of that shit, but holy fuck, sometimes it's really hard to look at what's going on and not think of, like, you know, end times shit, especially with the sacrificing the red heifer, the Sea of Galilee turning red from the algae shit, the locust swarms, yeah. Like, my god, they're making it really, really difficult for me to not think that it is some biblical shit. And I don't even believe in that god. Speaking of Nazis, one last thing to show you before we jump back to, like, Russia and Ukraine. On the subject of Israel, just because we're not going to be able to look too much into this today. I'm going to try and cover some Israel stuff this week, but I expect it to be a rough week in general. I don't see any difference. Sorry, bit of a graphic image, but I think that it's important for you to see. Yeah. Like, it's just Nazism. It's always just been Nazism. They don't exactly try and hide it. Like, this is just ISIS shit on top of it, too. Like, it's just Nazis and ISIS mashed together, where they, you know, they want to do the fascism, and they do want to do, like, the genocide and all of that, but they also have the ISIS part of them, which is just terrorism for the sake of terrorism, and death cult. It's insane. It's nonsense. Every accusation's a confession, yada yada. Moving on to something I, you know, actually have things to say about, considering that's, I don't have words for that. And they won for now. Yeah, they did. They did indeed. By the way, just so you all know, forcing you to watch as they exterminate an entire, like, group of people and erase their existence from the world is part of the violence the fascist state is doing to you as well. It is, it's actually important for them that you have to watch that. It's important to them that you have to suffer that. It does things for them. It has an effect that they want. All right, let's move on to Russia. I always like talking about Russia because it's a shit show over there. And because it's a shit show over there, it's kind of good news because Russia's doing badly. Let's open some of these. Well, first and foremost, we can start with this one. Breaking. The Russians have successfully reconstituted the USSR. And by which I mean, there is massive, massive shortages in access to petrol. And people, like, are waiting in line for literally hours to fill up their car. Hooray, they did it! True. They finally did it. Good job, Ukraine. Hell yeah. Now, there's a lot of funny shit out of here. In fact, like, it's actually kind of shocking how much the Russians dislike the Russians. Because, like, even they don't like themselves. Really. For example, here is a Russian woman talking about her plans to find a Russian boyfriend who will then go to Ukraine and die, and she will then get the money.
Мама, знаешь что? Я парня себе найду такого, который поедет на СВО.
Mom, you know what? I'll find myself a boyfriend who will go to the special military operation.
Дура. Он
You fool, he'll die.
умрет? Ну, дурак. Он умрет.
He'll die and I'll get the cash! Based as fuck.
У меня будет попасть. Ты вообще больная. Я тебе голову оторву.
Clearly the mom's not that hung up on it either, because that was not how you, like, that's how you gently tell your kid off, like, oh, don't say that, the government might be listening. This is literally the same video and over playing out to infinity. Yeah, literally exactly that. Average Russian love story, true. She can get Americans to do that too. That's also true. Here is a Russian priest saying that it's impossible that for the Russians to ever beat Ukraine because all of the Russian soldiers are thieves. Literally. Get that bad, girl? True. I'm playing Warhammer 40k, and I'm not even playing it this dark. Jesus Christ. Most reliable financial plan in Russia? Also true.
Почему никак победить не можем? Потому что там вор, там вор, там вор. За одного вора как бы армия расстраивается. Говорит, не буду вам помогать, у вас там воры и злодеи. Если Библию читать и сравнивать с действительностью, то получается, да, что нашелся один вор, например, да.
One thief gives 70% of the fuel to fill the combat vehicle, but sells 30% of the fuel and puts the money into his own pocket. This is literally how Russia has worked for all of history. In its modern-like form. This is also why you really don't need to be all that afraid of Russian nuclear weapons, because they're not getting maintained. It costs a lot of money to maintain nuclear weapons. Money that, like, they're not spending on that, for one. But two, even if they were, at least some of it's getting stolen regularly. Hell, honestly, they probably, like, took the fuel out of the rockets and sold it for vodka money 20 years ago. Read an article today that reported the war has wiped out Russian prostitution clientele. Yeah, they had to switch to online porn. We covered it. They were filming them in old Russian churches, like Orthodox Russian churches, and then exporting it overseas.
Он, значит, 70% соляры, как бы, значит, отдал, значит, чтобы заправить боевую технику, а 30% соляры продал. Деньги на карман положил, все, победы не будет. Вы воры. Так это не мы, это один. Ну, найдите его и казните. Ну, нашли, казнили. Все, ладно, хорошо, пошло дальше, пошло лучше. Потом опять что-то опять не клеится. Да, опять какой-то вор где-то есть. Да не один, и не два, и не три. Значит, надо найти вора и казнить его, и дальше пойдет дальше. То есть это так.
You know, like, maybe if y'all stop... You know what, actually, I'm not going to give good advice to them. Keep executing your own soldiers. Please do that.
Так описывается все это. Это же как бы законы войны. То есть Бог разбойникам не помощник.
So functionally, here is a Russian priest saying Russia will lose the Ukraine war because Russian soldiers are rapists, thieves, and torturers. I mean, facts. Can't disagree here with at least the broad concept. I'm not going to talk much on the details.
То есть гражданских не насилуй, пленных не пытай, у солдат не воруй. Вот. Так что вот это все в Библии описывается как бы.
I feel like we don't need to check who the thief is. But yeah, even their own priests know the Moscovian army is a corrupt joke, stealing everything from toilets to victory. Russian veterans of the Ukraine war, known as Svoshniks, rather, have a reputation for violence and abuse back home in Russia, committing many murders, rapes, and assaults. Few are more exposed to the dangers than Russia's prostitutes. Literally, actually, like, perfect messaging from you, Greg17 Prime, because this was already pulled up as the next story. The St. Petersburg news outlet Bamaga has been speaking with prostitutes about how their business has changed since the start of the war in Ukraine. They say that soldiers now amount for as much as 50% of their clientele. Well, it's actually slightly the opposite, but I would imagine this would absolutely result in less escorts, considering they're the most violent and difficult to deal with. War is bad for people, fascism is bad for people. Russia is also just bad place to live as a person. It's kind of not suitable, you know, for humans with humanity. At the moment, at least. Maybe one day. In a good world. While the police are causing many problems by repeatedly harassing the escorts and closing down their salons, says St. Petersburg single mother Veronica, Svoshniks cause much more trouble. Imagine being worse than the police. As someone literally paying someone for a service, mind you. It's less suitable for human habitation than in Australia. I'm not saying some shit. Literally, it's not in... I'm not going to try and explain Australia to Americans. Never mind. I don't know why I even thought to try that. So recently, the ratio between them and other clients at our salon was about 50-50. Every second man was from the special military operation. I think this happened because a large amount of money that they were paid and that they wanted to quickly squander. Tracks. Incredibly funny. In September, a military client came to us without arms and legs. He blew 3 million rubles. $36,000, then borrowed money from me for a ticket home to Volgograd. What the fuck, man? You couldn't, like, keep the money for the ticket home? You had to borrow the money home? Just endless trauma. Yeah, mind you, this trauma is going to last generationally and then produce more of the same. But also remember that, like, even without the war, this trauma exists in Russia, just based on it being in Russia. The people who are better behaved order girls for a long time, drink with them, sing songs. Svoshniks in general drink a lot and use drugs a lot, probably to somehow forget the war. But I think that this way you will not forget anything. True. True. On the contrary, it'll only get worse. You will drink too much or sniff too much and you'll completely go crazy. Very true. Much is the case. Like, this is a very long article. Are you guys interested in Russia's escorts? Like, I can keep reading this. 17 times checked my trip logger? Jesus. Like, it's bad. You want me to keep reading it? Alright, fine. Veronica says that one soldier told her, I cut the heads off of the Ukrainians. Do you think that I won't cut yours off? Another Svoshnik decided to protect us. They got into a fight. The girls and I ran away. This is typical, like, behavior for a lot of cishet men. I would say, honestly, probably not. I don't think this is the typical for average cishet men. Maybe, like, the average cishet Russian man. And honestly, quite a lot of the Americans, but, like, broadly speaking, I don't think that this is the case. It's just kind of in the shitty countries. The Spashnik ran around the apartment after another girl with a knife, saying, "I'm used to killing." Ukraine, like, you gotta make sure less of these motherfuckers end up going home. You don't know in advance what he's like, whether everything is normal in his head, what he's capable of. Many Spashniks I met at work were contract soldiers. They went to the SMO for money. During the entire war, I contract with 2 or 3 mobilized men. That was a long time ago. Now it seems to me like there are almost no mobilized men left alive. I mean, like, again, they've lost over 1 million troops so far, and their main strategy for making gains is to just throw waves and waves and waves of people until a couple of them make it through, and then hide behind enemy lines until more waves have a couple break through, and then they have a couple people to, like, form a unit behind the lines. That's their main strategy. So I also met soldiers who said that we are right, that everyone must be brought to their knees, but such patriots make up only 30 to 35% of them. They were also those who simply wanted to get out of prison, to fight for a year and then live a normal life. Again, like, even the ones in prison, a lot of them, you think that, like, the phrasing of this, right? And this Twitter user is good. Like, this is not phrasing that is intentionally misleading. This is normal phrasing. But you would think, right, that this means, you know, someone who is in prison who then signs a contract which would say, hey, all right, we're going to pardon you as long as you fight for a year. No, that's not how it works. It's literally not. We've watched videos on this stream of people who fought in Ukraine and then defected to the Ukrainian side, talking about how they were in prison and they get brought into a room by some guards, and then there's a table, and on this table there is a dildo, and then there is a piece of paper and a pen, and then they get told, you're going to sign that paper, or we're going to use this to fuck you, and then you're going to sign that paper. Like, that's what actually happens. So, you know. You know what? I honestly don't think I could read this. This is sadder than a lot of other things. Just because I feel empathy for those escorts, honestly. But again, just to really show you how much even the Russians hate Russia. Here is another Russian using kokos, which is derogatory for Ukrainians, begging Ukraine to bomb his own workplace. This is a Russian in Russia begging Ukraine to bomb his job for him.
Хохлы. Въебите по военному заводу «Тайфун» в Калуге, пожалуйста. Зарплаты не платят. Уже 2-й месяц. Хохлы. Въебите по...
It's, you know, it is what it is. Pretty bad. The fuel shortage is massive over there as well, mind you. And, of course, they're not going to get paid their wages. You're fucking right. They don't care about you, motherfucker. Now, if you forgot about the British Council office that was bombed last week, that was that. And, also, the EU's mission building. I can't remember exactly the building. But, yeah. Like, clearly, this war has, evolved into its newer, larger, and scarier variety. Now, whoa, should not have played music. Now, a couple more things on, like, specifically from Russia before we get into the Ukrainian end, which is going to have quite a bit more morale. But Russian henchmen morale are very low. Well, I'm not surprised considering this is how they treat their own soldiers.
Лёг, говорит, ты звонишь на горячую линию, жалуешься, что тебе хуёво служится? Ублюдок, блядь! Чё тут, нам все хорошо в этом ходит, блядь? А?
This is not exactly how you up your morale as an officer in the military.
А, блядь? Будете еще повторяться или нет такое? Не будем. Точно не будет, блядь.
Why is this on film? Because they do it for fun and they enjoy it. There's a lot of this type of stuff on film. Like, a lot. There's a reason why the Russians are called orcs. Here's a Russian talking to, like, here's the average Russian trying to talk to a minority in Russia. Why doesn't he fight back? Because they'll kill him. Those are officers. This is common for the Russian military. By the way, like the person he's calling a slave, right? Minority, it's these people that fight the war. Mostly. It's the minorities that Russia has already colonized that are sent to go die in Ukraine for, like, the vast majority. Russia's official culture has a policy that life is cheap. It's true. It's also, like, literal Russian military doctrine to torture new recruits. Do you know, like they have new conscripts that die, not just from, like, training, not just from, like, abuse, but because officers will just, surprise, random test, here's a live grenade I threw into your fucking quarters. Deal with it. And then they die. No one stopped serfdom. We've all continued on with it. It's just, Russia stayed at the old school serfdom. We tried capitalism a bit. And now we're going back to the old school serfdom too. But yeah, no, the low morale is unsurprising. Now, a Russian drone was downed recently, and the camera was intact. And this video was found inside the camera. This video traces to a Chinese factory. This is the testing of the, I imagine, the target, like, recognition system. I found the person who, like, actually geoed this exact spot, too. I don't think I have the exact spot, but, you know, this is China. That's been confirmed. So, you know, like, we knew, obviously, China funds Russia. We know a lot of the gear that they buy comes from China. And, it's just wild to, like, see that shit. The camera was manufactured there, not the drone, mind you, specifically, yeah. Russia does most of its own drone manufacturing now. A while back, some of their drones probably still are actually manufactured in China, but I would say much more likely to be the smaller single-use FPV versions. And then we have here report coming out recently. Again, unconfirmed because this is speculation about the future, but I can see that. The Russian Federation is preparing a large-scale assault on Siversk with heavy equipment. Spokesperson for the 11th Army Corps, Dmitry Zaporozhets, has said the offensive is planned for the fall so that in winter they can fight in the city or bypass it from the outskirts. Meanwhile, in Limansk, the number of shellings in the Serebryansk forestry has increased to 200 per day, which has destroyed the forest and complicated the work of FPV drones due to constant strikes, most of the forest has been destroyed. Only tree poles remain, which limits the work of FPV drones and fiber optic lines. And Iranian drones, kind of, like, Iran mostly taught Russia how to make them and isn't providing the drones to Russia. Like, they're not made in Iran and then sent to Russia. They're just the same types of drones as Iran's. And a lot of them are made in Russia. Now, less and less so because their drone factories keep getting bombed, and so do their supply lines, and so do their oil refineries, and also so do their soldiers. Their soldiers also getting regularly, you know, taken out in this case. This is from the 155th Brigade near Pokrovsk. They all just died. I can't show you too much of that. Twitch will get mad at me, as much as I would love to. It is good for morale, I think, to watch the orcs getting popped, but it is what it is. Hold on, let me get some more of these sources opened. Oh, I forgot. My God. Where is the bit on the flamingo? No! Okay, look. I need a minute to find another image, and I'm gonna incentivize you to stick around for it. Because, as you guys know of the Flamingo, the domestically manufactured cruise missile from Ukraine, they're calling it the dildo of consequences. And I need you to see the recommendations for targeting for the dildo of consequences. But you're gonna bear with me for a second for me to pull that up. Because it's totally worth it. God damn it, I sent it to you this morning, Latino Mafune, but I cannot believe that I did not save it to my goddamn source folder. Okay, I got Discord open now. Fuck are you? Aha! There it is. That's the perfect place for the dildo of consequences. I could not think of a better, target. I'm so happy they're calling it that. I am too. It's even funnier when you already know what's coming. It's a circle-placed target. Look, the only way that we can create peace in the region is if the Ukrainian dildo of consequences penetrates Russia's holes. All of them. Every last one of them. It rarely arrives lubed. 10 out of 10. This makes me so happy. It really does. Get fucked, get it? Exactly. This is one of the major stations in St. Petersburg Railway. This is literally a perfect spot for it. Engine house, junctions, multiple tracks, switching yard. Like, this is the actual perfect place for it. It hits all of the checkboxes. The offensive strategy is far too sexy. Dildo of consequences. Meet Flamingo, which will guarantee the destruction of Ukraine and a woman getting paid to kill her countrymen, triggered by a huge pink missile. This was only like the entire reason this is even named the Flamingo is because of a manufacturing issue. Like, it was accidentally made pink, and the Ukrainians just liked it, and so it stuck around. And I'm so glad that it did. Hate from Kharkiv sucks. Really? Oh, fucks. That's what you said. Yeah, no, she fucks. Goddamn right. And so does the Flamingo. More and more so as time goes on. By the way, this is Russian military infrastructure now. These are T-62s being converted into armored sheds. Meanwhile, one side is getting a better cruise missile than the American Tomahawk, and then the other side is making sheds. Arts and Crafts Day and all that. But continuing from there. I love Zelensky so much. I need this shirt, y'all. I need that shirt so fucking bad. Lanky Sapien, is that rubble? Mm-hmm. It is indeed. Make Russia small again? Like, he wears this shirt pretty regularly. This is a real photo. I need it so bad. It looks very orc-like. It really does. He's a born poster. True. That's swagger. I would buy this shirt right now if I had, $30 to drop on a fucking t-shirt. Literally the only reason I'm not is because I can't justify it because I have more important things to spend that money on. But, you know what? Like, I would wear this shirt on stream. Wasn't he a comedian originally? I think he was an actor. It fits him well. Well, that's because he can dress well. Have you seen Zelensky when he like wears a suit? He looks much nicer than most people wearing a suit because he actually knows how to dress himself. He was a comedian? Oh, fair enough. By the way, we also have the Neptune here. Reportedly has a range of roughly 1,000 kilometers. It's already seen combat this year. It's another of Ukraine's operational land attack cruise missiles. And between the Neptune and the Flamingo, sorry, the dildo of consequences, Ukraine has managed to reduce Russian oil capacity by about 17% in like the last month and a half. Genuinely, like this alone has done more to slow down climate change than any other world government, really. And they hit Putin's palace, and also a bunch of train lines and bridges, and yeah, a lot. They only had like 10% overhead. Gasoline rationing has hit Crimea, parts of Siberia, where fuel prices have spiked nearly 50% across Russia. 10 Russian refineries in recent days. This was on the 26th. And they have not remotely even slowed down. Because since then, we have had attack on Rostov-on-Don, which is the main like staging area for Russia's military. This was 27th. Big hits, like pretty serious fucking hits here. Into inside of Russia, like into literally like Rostov-on-Don. If you're wondering, like if you've never seen the map, this is where Prigozhin started his like march up to Moscow, the one that got him killed on the plane that suddenly became allergic to flight with him on it. It was started in this city, Rostov-on-Don. Let me see if I can pull up Deep State map and show you exactly where that is. It was an accident? Yeah, sure. I'm sure it was. Shoigu! Gerasimov! Where is the fucking ammo? This is Rostov-on-Don. The Russian Navy screwed. Well, considering the Black Sea Fleet was taken out and then again, like, not, I wouldn't say brought back online, but some repairs were done, and then those repairs were also immediately undone by a country that doesn't have a navy, is a pretty clear indication of that. Now, beyond that, we also have oil pipeline between Ryazan and Moscow getting hit. This was after several other oil pipelines getting hit. In fact, some of these oil pipelines got blown up like a week and a half ago, and then were repaired, and then immediately blown up again. I love it. Like, they're not even... Like, they're having fun at this point. It's trolling these motherfuckers. We have Ukrainian drones attacking Russian positions in Crimea. I don't see much of anything there, but, you know, they're not happy. They're freaking the fuck out. As of the writing of this tweet, on the 28th, there had been 11 refineries that had been hit. The Stop Oil campaign seems to be going well. It is, well, let's see. Let's count from there onward, huh? How is Russia still fueling or maintaining their submarines? China, mostly. A double tap that doesn't make me super sad immediately. True. True. So, this was, the last one here was Kuibyshev, in this case. And then after that, how many more have we had? Like 8? We also had the first report, publicly known combat use of the Flamingo missile And this was targeting Russian targets in Crimea, near Armyansk. The strike hit an FSB outpost and several patrol hovercraft. These motherfuckers. Good target. Good practice target. There you go. Alright, so moving on from that, though. Good shit. Can carry 30 to 50 personnel. This is important, by the way, because this is how they're going to be able to cross rivers and shit, especially when we're talking about down near Kherson. Well, you're still here. I had to go into Perth and back? God damn. This is just another reason why mainstream media pisses me off so much, because they act like Russia's winning. Literally, I've been screaming about how Russia's been getting their ass kicked for, like, I don't even know how long. This has been consistently the case for, like, months at this point? This one... Krasner Krai. There's Kupiansk again. Got a few more sources up and running. So, then we have more targets in the Crimean Peninsula. Wait, we saw something right up there. What the fuck was that? Oh, never mind. Saw this one, and we saw this one. Ust-Luga terminal in Leningrad region, which is one of their main export routes for oil, is running at half capacity. Insane loss to them. Massive L for the Russian economy. And I mean, like, functionally, they're probably in a recession at the moment. If not now, then very soon. It's just like, at least since November. No, like, over, like, the last year, I can't think of an example of really any proper Russian gains. Like, they had that one breakthrough near Pokrovsk, and then, like, that no longer exists. Like, that's gone. They crushed that breakthrough. And then Ukraine has even started liberating some land somewhere else. Like, it's not going well for them. It's not going well enough for them to pretend, because even on Russian Telegram channels, I can see them not pretending that they're winning or anything. They know that they're getting fucked. They cope, but they know they're getting fucked. They are literally fucked. Yeah, even at 3% over their overflow capacity, let alone 7%, it's really, really bad, and it's just starting. Again, these are, like, refineries and, like, drilling operations that they can't just stop and start at will. You can't just easily do that. And it's kind of their entire economy. And mind you, like, even if it wasn't, all of their economy functions on train lines. And those train lines keep getting bombed. Example A from the dildo of consequences. If we could see Russia's nuclear program dismantled in the next few years, it could make the world a little safer. Yes. I would like to see America's nuclear program dismantled first and foremost as well. Like, honestly, America's nuclear program is more of a threat than Russia's. Russia hasn't maintained theirs. If they tried to hit the button, half of those nukes would probably explode exactly where they are, and the other half would not get bigger. Or, like, not get bigger, I'm saying not even go up. Yeah, like, America would give them nukes at this point if that was to be the issue. I still think it's more likely that America invades Ukraine on the Russian side than America seriously defends Europe in this, like, case of, like, Russia. I don't see it happening. The gasoline shortages have spread fucking everywhere, gradually spreading across the entire Far East. This is the case all over Russia, and fuel shortages are, pretty annoying for civilians, right? But this affects quite a lot of other things down the line too. Like, it takes quite a lot of getting fucked to get to this point to begin with, but once you're at this point, it just kind of snowballs from here. It's really hard to deal with that kind of an issue, especially when you haven't already fixed the issue. They need to get to the factories to build the weapons. They need the fuel to power the machines in the factories. They need those factories to be able to, well, I mean, to be fair, it's not like they pay their workers, but to be able to appear as successful companies so that investors invest in them, at least, you know, successful in the Russian terms. And it's getting harder and harder and harder for them to achieve that. We had the Krasnodar refinery continuing to burn after, you know, Ukrainian drone strikes severely damaged the facility. And again, this is just one of what, like 15? No. This was yesterday. This was drone attacks against Russia's railway network. Multiple drone successful strikes on an electrical substation supplying power to a major railroad junction in Krasnodar. I feel like they should have probably hit the actual like rail lines for good measure too. They probably did, if we're being honest. Ukrainian drones hit the AT4 and AT5 refining units, liquefied gas lines, hydrogen production unit, multiple diesel fuel tanks at another one, and this one is in Kuibyshev. Again, this is a couple days ago. This was after they hit this same facility, I think like 3 days before that one? Yeah, okay, that was the 28th they hit it, and then this is the 30th where they hit it again. Then it's this week where they got FPV drones to raid a Russian helicopter base in Crimea. Excuse me, that's copyright. Those transformers are incredibly costly. Exactly. Like, replacing one of those could take months. That's the same case for when I said earlier of like, you know how easy it is to do a malicious cyber attack on the US that would cripple our electrical grid for months. That's what would cause that. But Ukraine continuing to take out like Russian military aircraft behind Russian lines ever since, you know, Spiderweb is insane. Like, the Russians have still not managed to figure out a way to protect their aircraft sitting in airports. We had destroyed Mi-8, a destroyed Mi-24, an Mi-8, another Mi-26 over there. We had another Mi-24, so that's 2. We had whatever the fuck that is, and whatever the fuck that is. That looks like a private jet, actually. That just looks like a regular private jet. That is an AN-26. Like, a lot of these are just sitting ducks. Now, like, that's just with drones. Now imagine the dildo of consequences. You can do a lot of work with that. This is 3 of the dildos of consequences launching at the same. I love saying that. I cannot get enough of that. I really cannot. My God. How did I not know that it was going to be that satisfying to call it the dildo of consequences? By the way, have you guys ever seen what it looks like when an alcoholic Russian is conscripted to go fight in Ukraine? Because it looks like this. Where? There it is. This is what it looks like. RPG mounted on your shoulder, fires it backwards, hurts yourself. Good job. Well done. One orc down. Thank you for your service to Ukraine. Shit. How dumb do you have to be to fire an RPG backwards? I can't fathom that. I really cannot. Vodka 1, Russian 0. True. Hi from yesterday. Hello from today. Was it backwards or did it just mount? No, it was literally backwards. Like the back of the RPG was facing the front. I'm kind of impressed. Yeah, that's the first I've ever seen that happen. Like, that was the first instance I've ever seen of someone fire an RPG backwards. Maybe like he was trying to frag, you know, the officer behind him. Maybe. Who knows? You know, when you get treated like this by when this is how the officers motivate you, I could see that being the case. Christ, that was fucking loud. A lot of them do just commit suicide, but I don't know why you would. You could just defect to Ukraine. That's the much better option. We got it. Those are rookie numbers. 1,500 Russians dead per day? Yeah, hope for more. I want to double that one. Dildo of consequences incoming. It's like real life Looney Tunes? Literally, yeah, it is. This is how they motivate their own soldiers. So no shit, you're gonna have, you know, people who will fire their RPG backwards. One, because no one's teaching them how to actually fight. And secondly, no one gives a shit about each other anyway. These people are sick. It is a lack of civil society. 100%, every time. Like, literally, again, I showed you a Russian priest talking about, like, in Russia, mind you, not just a Russian priest outside of Russia, but in Russia, saying that the Russians will lose against Ukraine because Russian soldiers are thieves and rapists. Which is true. If the Russians run out of new soldiers, who will they rape? Everyone else that was around them. Which they do anyway, to be clear. Someone should add a cartoon sound effect to the clip of the RPG firing backwards. They added a cartoon, like, sound, like the music of somebody fucking up, or like, wah, wah, but it was tied to another sound that is, I don't know. YouTube gets pissy over, like, the slightest thing for copyright, so I just didn't pull it up. But, yeah, don't let anyone try and tell you that Russia is winning. Russia's winning the propaganda war. And that's it. That's it. Russian women are talking about, I'm gonna go marry a guy who's gonna get sent to die in Ukraine so I can get the bag. Like, you're not exactly doing great. You're not. People are like, hey, Ukraine, please bomb my workplace. Please, please, please. Ukrainian army, prisonering, understand educated Russians, like Pucha. Well, so, I'm not sure you could educate these Russians, but you could definitely get them to fight with, the Russian Volunteer Corps. And the Russian Volunteer Corps in Ukraine is fighting for Ukraine, but they also are fighting for more than that. Like, their plan is to go back into Russia and kill Putin. That's how they want to end the war. Let me see if I can show a video without it being too TOS. I gotta see if they're gonna, like, actually show... Okay, no, there's some blurring. Let me find a corpse and see if they blur that. You know, I don't seem to see any corpses, so this should be fine. Base, so fucking base. What, looking for a corpse to see whether or not it's violent enough that I can't show you? Remember how different our perception of Russia's military capabilities were prior to this war? Yeah, everyone thought Russia was, like, capable of fighting and possibly even winning against the United States. It is actually laughably dumb how we allowed that, like, mentality to sit. That's just directly Cold War mentality. Alright, I think we can. This should be fine. Gotta make sure that these subtitles are in English, not in Russian. Yeah. But that's literally the whole mission. Like, save Ukraine, then go back, then kill Putin. They're fighting for Russian independence. We need 7 guys named John Smith in Moscow. I've been saying that for over a year, mate. Except I usually say Steve. Except Lanky Sapien, that was always their main, like, strategy and tactic, was just waves of dudes. Zombie warfare.
Да мы едем, бля! Мы едем туда, где, сука, никто не ходит так! А после нас там вообще нахуй никого не будет!
Jesus Christ, I got no idea what the dude said there. We're going where no one goes, like, they're blanking out what I assume is a slur? Also, Ukraine evolved tactics to make the Russian military stop in its tracks. Like, literally, Ukraine invaded Russia since the beginning of Russia invading Ukraine. That is a very Russian way. Like, I know these guys are fighting on the good side, but that was a very Russian way to spray your weapon. It's what it's like being over there. Like, mind you, like, remember we looked at a little while ago of the French hospitals starting to prepare for mass casualties in European, like, soil by March 2026? You should probably pay attention to what it's like over there if you live in Europe, just to really, you know, prep yourself for what might end up looking like your house, or the streets around your house, or your country as a whole, or, you know, you might get conscripted and sent off to a different country. Hell, didn't Germany just make it so, like, it's voluntary to join the military unless they don't get enough soldiers, in which case mandatory conscription? I don't suggest getting the fuck out at that point. Like, at this point, like, fight. There's nowhere to go, Funcore. There's literally nowhere to go at this point. I got the fuck out of America, thought I was good here for at least another year or two, and then we had Nazis show up everywhere as well. Somehow I didn't wake up anyone crashing the helicopter. Incredibly funny, Lanky Sapien, like, genuinely, but also I will never be able to think about Bin Laden without thinking about the fact that the only reason we even got Bin Laden was because he was a wife guy. Dude's like 4th wife or some shit was getting released from a Pakistani prison, and an Iranian prison, and he was waiting for her to get there so that they could leave, because he knew that we knew where he was. I have my World War III spot locked down. What is it, Antarctica? You guys are ready, because that's what Europe gonna look like soon. I want one where we got the Russian Volunteer Corps talking. I want an interview. Give me an interview from them. Let's see. Oh my god, I have a Turkish channel for it. I'm not gonna translate, you know, the Turkish over. But, oh, here we go. Straight from, straight from Ukraine. I love you all, but why is your microphone making boom noises? Because I don't know what the issue is or how to fix it, because I am not an audio mastering person. And also, this is a USB mic, not an XLR mic, so I can't quite easily fix it. There's, like, nothing I can do at this point. I have to do research and figure out how to do that. Because I got my noise gate, I got my noise filter, all of that stuff's up there, works fine. It's just exactly what causes the boom noises. I do not know. America's military might secretly be incompetent as shit. What do you mean secretly? We haven't won a war, like, in ages. When's the last time we won a war? The Korean War?
Comes from the Novopavlivka direction. Here, Russian fighters have returned to the battlefield, but this time they are fighting for Ukraine. As the front shifts southwards, new footage shows how Russian soldiers are storming Russian lines, helping Ukrainians to accelerate counterattacks that now stretch across two regions.
So, like, right around from where we started brainwashing our own soldiers from, like, the 60s and 70s onward, I'm pretty sure we haven't won a single war, Lanky Sapien. Korean War is officially still going? That's true. That's true. We won Iraq 1. I guess. But did we really, if we just had to go back a few years later?
As previously reported, Ukrainians started a counterattack in western Donetsk, where Ukrainian forces pushed back Russian units from exposed frontline villages near the Mokry Yali River. The aim was to collapse vulnerable salients, reset the front line, and gain more favorable terrain.
I love seeing Russian units crossing, like, into Russian lines fighting on the Ukrainian side. We didn't need to go back, no, but we wanted to.
Especially while Russian battalions were still overextended from their previous
Oh, actually, oh my god, I can't believe it. You just reminded me. I can't believe I didn't mention this when we were talking about Venezuela. One of the biggest reasons why we did Iraq was certain companies, certain private military companies, you know, Black Prince and people like that. Guess who is directly involved with the justification for our invasion of Venezuela? For their natural resources. Derek fucking Prince in Blackwater. And Halliburton, too, of course. But, like, you know, all of those are just friends. There's functionally no difference between any of the American private military contractors. They're all just, Arasaka. It's just Arasaka. Considering the Korean War is about preventing North Korea from being formed, I will describe it as a loss for the US. That's also true. I do imagine, it'll be even worse when war with China starts and then the North invades the South and wins. So, love your outfit, or what I can see of it. Thank you. I was talking about this earlier. I'm really happy that it's warm enough today for me to actually wear this without me freezing to death in here. They all do circle jerks at the old boys club. Yup. Indeed they do.
Advances. Now a new player on the Ukrainian side has joined the fight. The Russian Volunteer Corps, a unit made up entirely of Russian citizens who rejected Putin's so-called special military operation, has joined the battle on the Ukrainian side. Newly released footage shows the conducting of house-to-house clearing in Russian-occupied villages, targeting Russian positions with FPV drones and capturing enemy troops and weapons. In one of the key engagements, the units...
Isn't it nearly summer for you there? It is still not, like, spring, but yeah, it is nearly summer. Actually, today might be the first day of spring. I don't know. Either way, like, it's still cold. It's not summer yet. And again, like we talked about earlier, there's no insulation in these houses. And it was like 8 degrees Celsius as a top yesterday, so...
Assault groups advanced through the tree lines near Andrivka-Klevtsova and engaged entrenched Russian positions. Bombers and tanks supported the push, while FPV drones isolated defenders by striking dugouts and movement corridors. By the end of the operation, the Russian Volunteer Corps had taken 16 Russian soldiers prisoner, with dozens more killed or wounded. The volunteer unit was not operating alone.
There's no ceasefire in Ukraine going to happen, and personally, I don't want one to happen. And again, like, the Korean War may have ended that way, but I do believe that the North has won. The South is a dead country. Like, they would rather kill each other than fuck. So, it's a dead country. The North is gonna overtake it.
Because Ukrainian special forces conducted a parallel assault in the same village, reportedly eliminating over 90 Russian troops and capturing 5 more.
I want to see this on the actual deep state map. This would be right around So, like right around this area is where we're looking at. And by the way, like if you've never seen Deep State map or watched me engage with it, all of the green on this map is liberated area, like parts of territory that Russia has taken and then is then lost again to Ukraine. There's been a lot of that here. Up near Kupiansk, there is some shit going down that I need to look into. I didn't get to check that much today. On the Pokrovsk side of things, it's pretty consistent, staying where they're still trying to encircle Pokrovsk and Kostanivka. They're making slow, steady gains, like inching closer and closer and closer. The biggest risk was this, and thankfully that got broken. So that's good news. And also, like, their assault now, like for the summer assault rather, has failed. Like they did not succeed in any goals. They didn't really take any proper territory. I think the only thing they really took this summer was Chasiv Yar, right here, which was a town with 20,000 population in it. And it took them like months, over a year, of whittling away to take Chasiv Yar. So, like, not exactly huge gains.
They also seized several Russian strongpoints near the settlement, likely forward observation posts, which gave them better fire control over the surrounding terrain. The footage now makes it clear. The attack began from the west with special forces, softening up enemy positions and clearing the path for the main assault units to follow.
Oh my god, we got news. That's new. Should have checked that earlier. Well, we did good news there. Update from Ukraine. Russia and Belarus military drills. Like, Belarus has been engaged in these military drills for a while, and it is a pretty consistent risk to not only Ukraine, but like everyone around them, considering the last time we had joint Russian-Belarusian military drills, they invaded Ukraine. But the Belarus forces have been pretty spread out. Again, they're very likely to just go into Lithuania or Latvia if they wanted to invade, the Balkans. Is Belarus even a country? Not really, no. It's just Russia, too. This is Kaliningrad. This is already Russian territory, but as you can see, all along the border of Estonia and Latvia, as well as the border of Finland, we have Russian positions forming. We still have the Russian separatist positions in Transnistria, as well as the Russian positions near and in Georgia. So, like, there's a lot going on there. But that is a interesting. Like, I want to know what this is about. Yeah, Dennis does great Ukraine updates, 100%. Absolutely.
Right, guys, officially the military drills of CSTO organization, that's the common military organization with Russia, Kazakhstan, Belarus, Tajikistan, Armenia, by the way. So those drills have been started in Belarus, officially open. However, the main part of the drills will go from 12th till 16th of September, where Belarus officials even say that they might try to use Oreshnik ballistic missiles supplied to them by Russia. Well, there is no real confirmation of those supplies happened, but it might be during those military drills actually, because Russia sends lots of the forces to Belarus. And today let's speak about the possible threats which those military drills could carry for Ukraine as well as for NATO members. Okay, this picture was taken well before, and it's not the Ukrainian one. You can see the red stripe out there. It's the Armenian flag, and Armenia is not taking part into this year's military drills. However, the rest...
Well, I can see why they wouldn't, considering the effort from Turkey to build like a corridor between Armenia and Azerbaijan to incentivize peace. I'm gonna jump a little bit ahead. Let's see what's going on here.
More than 13,000 troops, the border states should be informed about it. But back in 2022, did Russia or Belarus inform Ukraine or NATO members about the huge Russian military group of 19,000?
No, we did, and then no one believed us, and then they invaded.
soldiers in Belarus territory who later on intervened into Ukraine? No, absolutely not. And by the way, lots of the local commanders plus Russian soldiers, they really thought that they are still in military drills, that they are going to Ukraine as the part of some sort of the cooperation. And only after shooting started, they understood that, oh, it's the war. 1 month ago, there were numerous reports of the Western intelligence that Russia could potentially...
We have the dumbest fucking timeline in this reality. Genuinely, like, I don't know what to do with that information. I also don't know what to do with this information. Unrelated to what we're looking at, but this is wild. This headline, at the least. Victorian Premier disrupted by self-proclaimed neo-Nazi during press conference. 3 hours ago. The fucking... This is essentially the governor of the state of Victoria being interrupted in a press conference by a Nazi who wants attention. And it was fucking Jimmy again.
We start with breaking news out of Melbourne, where Victorian Premier Jacinta Allan has been disrupted during a press conference by self-proclaimed neo-Nazi Thomas Sewell. The Premier was responding to questions about last weekend's
Just deport his Kiwi ass already.
Immigration protests when the 32-year-old interrupted, calling her a coward.
Do we need to pause for tea?
Hey, Jacinta Allan, why don't you think Australians should have the right to protest? Hey, Jacinta, put your hands on me. Put your hands on me.
Dylan.
Hey, Jacinta Allan, why don't you think it's good? Don't put your hands on me. Don't put
Dylan.
Yeah, you don't have the
Tell
right.
Dylan to
I'm at
stop.
a safe distance. You don't have to put your hands on me. Hey, Jacinta Allan, why don't Australians have the right to protest? Why don't Australians...
Who's Dylan? Why do I keep hearing someone saying Dylan as if, like, telling off their child?
have the right to protest? Why do you want to ban us for protesting?
Oh my god, I want the right to be able to protest so that I could, like, take away the rights of other people. That's what you're protesting for? It's my democratic right to protest to take away the rights of other people. Shut the fuck up. Like, again, the only good Nazi is a ... redacted.
Shouldn't we have the right to speak in our own country, you coward? Shouldn't we have the right to speak in our own country, you coward?
People like you are the reason I have to say redacted, so, you know, it goes both ways.
Have your goons attacked me?
Your goons? To the fucking governor of the state of Victoria. Mother, didn't you go yesterday with your goons who were, you know, very much premeditatedly preparing to assault these people? Like, they showed up with mouth guards. You have a photo from yesterday of your fist raised about to punch a guy whose hands are both down. Not even trying to defend himself. Like, yes, he's from New Zealand. I want special rights. Other people scare and anger me. Where's my fucking special rights? This person angers me. That's fucking insane. What a pathetic example of a person. Yeah. I'm sorry, I want special rights. I think it's immoral and unethical and anti-democratic that this person gets to breathe air.
Coward! And we're going to take this country back from politicians like you. I never see anyone shake your hand.
The only thing this man should be allowed to breathe is helium with, what is it, like 13% oxygen levels.
I had 500 people come up to me and shake my hand on the weekend, and there was 50,000 of us.
And each of you are scum. All 50,000. My mommy didn't give me enough attention. Why are you telling me not to spread hatred? They're all whingy little fucking losers. Every single one of them. There is not a single Nazi who is not one. Like, it really is that simple. Who would have thought that the easiest way to deal with a Nazi was just to, understand and accept the fact that every accusation from a Nazi is a confession. That's it. And that everything that Nazis want to do to other people should be done specifically and solely and to nobody else but Nazis. That's my view. And I think, you know, even they make it pretty clear. I think it's secretly them even telling us, you know, the every accusation a confession thing, that's not good strategy. That's a cry for help. You know, they call people child groomers, then start grooming children. They talk about how they're, you know, defending democracy and then destroy democracy. Like, every single time they do this, I think it's really just the human that was zombified and the tiny little neuron firing left of like, hey, wait, I used to be a person. But it just comes out as an accusation because they have become zombified. It would make his voice a lot funnier. That's true. Can't spell Wingy and think about wings. I would spell Wingy W-H-I-N-G-Y, but fair enough. I think he should be depicted always with 2 kiwi fruits on his chin to remind everyone that he's definitely not an Aussie. I gotta say, like, me who became an Australian a month ago is more of an Australian than him. 100%. Considering I actually, believe in the ideals of this country. In fact, I believe in the ideals that you were required to pass a test on to become a citizen of this country. One that he had to pass a test on, too. Clearly, he lied. Wingy. Did I say J-Y, not G-Y? Wingy. Like that. A whinge. A whinge, you know? Jesus Christ. Oh, by the way, after that summit in China, where we saw Putin, Xi, and Modi meet, interestingly the case here, Putin waited in his car, like in his, vehicle there, for Modi. For, like, I think about a half hour, 45 minutes, just, like, waited for Modi so that they could have, like, a meeting in their car. You don't do this kind of thing as a world leader for no reason. Like, Putin did not sit in this vehicle and wait for half an hour to 45 minutes for Modi to get there when they're going to the same event, for no fucking reason. It's not so they could just arrive together. No, this is, important conversation time. Before we have to go in front of Xi kind of time. This is, the lords have to go and, see the king, or the emperor, rather, the dragon emperor, and we gotta make sure that the dragon emperor isn't, mad at us. That's what this conversation looks like to me, rather. Now, it could be a whole lot of other things. It could be them, planning whatever fucking terrorism they want to do. Or it could just be, like, begging for money. Begging, please keep buying our oil. I know Trump is, saying 50%, we'll give you some slaves from Russia if you buy our oil. Stuff like that, As expected. Oh, and I forgot to show you guys these. While on the subject of, Europe still. If it doesn't strike you as interesting that the United States has reportedly deployed B-6112 thermonuclear bombs to secret locations in Europe, with mounting evidence pointing to the RAF Lakenheath in United Kingdom as the site. The move marks significant shift in U.S. nuclear posture in Europe and coincides with the certification of the F-35A fighter jet to carry the modernized weapons. I feel like that should be kind of important. Russia, China, India coalition is CRI. The, SFO was not that coalition. It was about the, summit that they had. But he doesn't look like he's getting a hand job in the back of the car like he did with Donnie. I would say exactly that, yeah. That looks like, let's make sure the Emperor doesn't behead us. But, while the Pentagon and NATO have long-standing policy of not confirming the locations of nuclear weapons, a senior U.S. official recently stated that the B-6112 is fully operational throughout the continent. The statement, along with flight tracking data, shows C-17 airlifter moving what appeared to be nuclear bombs to RAF Lakenheath, which I remember seeing a while back. This is now the confirmation of it. Suggests the weapons are now on British soil for the first time in 17 years. The base is home to the U.S. Air Force's F-35A jets, which were officially certified last year to carry the B-6112 thermonuclear warheads, or bombs rather. And this is a new, more accurate version of the B-61 nuclear gravity bomb, which has been stationed in various European countries for decades as part of NATO's nuclear sharing agreement. The upgraded bomb has a dial-a-yield capability, allowing its explosive power to be adjusted from 0.3 to 50 kilotons. Interesting. We made adjustable nuclear bombs. I love how we made adjustable nuclear bombs before we gave everyone in the country healthcare. Makes sense. Compatible with the F-35A, a stealth fighter rather. Provides a more survivable delivery platform, making it a key component of the U.S. nuclear deterrence strategy. So, you know, like, again, when I said earlier, I'd be more worried about the American nuclear arsenal than the Russian one. That's kind of what I mean by that, considering the Russians can't upkeep theirs, whereas we can. Wait, Trump might be dying right now. I'm seeing reports of road closures an hour out, like, yeah, all around Walter Reed. Hold on. Road closures, Reed. Stroke, but, like, I didn't realize he was back in the hospital. I know he was in the hospital. We saw Melania at Walter Reed, and that would be incredibly weird considering she lives in New York and not in the White House. Yeah, please no. Please no is correct. Hold on. I gotta see if we can find a confirmation here. He's not doing swell. I know that. But, yeah, no, there's quite a lot of people reporting on this now. He's definitely in the hospital again. If he dies, South Park's gonna have a field day with the Trump and Lucifer ship. I know. And it will be funny, but seriously, guys, you should be fucking... I don't care, like, how much you hate the man, you should pray that he doesn't die, because the next guy is so much worse. So much worse. Genuinely, I prefer the moron, like, in every possible way, because the other guy is Teal. Teal owns JD Vance. It's, like, remember earlier when we were talking about the, American desire to do expansionism and manifest destiny, and I said that was after, like, Trump dies and for the next guy? That's what I meant. I want them all to meet Satan, yes, but, like, I'd rather all of that happen simultaneously. I don't want just one of them to go and the rest of them to not. I genuinely would be praying that he doesn't die either. Nothing on CNN? They're not going to show it on CNN. Do you think JD will be able to Jedi mind trick the base? It doesn't matter. There's no Jedi mind trick for when it's JD. Once it's JD, then all of the premises are very clear then. You know, like, they're not going to try and hide it. Zero aura for JD Vance is why they're not going to try and hide it. They're just going to do the fascism very clearly and outright. And would the cult fall in line behind Vance? Yes, they would. 100%. Every last one of them will fall in line. And the ones that don't are going to die and get sent to the gulag. So that's what's going to happen. Trust me. Like, there is no way that, like, unpopularity means that, like, he can't do what he... No, it doesn't matter. There is no democracy. If Trump dies today and then Vance takes the throne, then it's a throne. It's not like a chair. It's not the presidency. He's officially the fucking emperor at that point. We're fucked at that point. I have returned from the bed. Welcome back. JD is not obsessed with the Peace Prize. It can only get worse from there. And JD literally is, you know, like, working for the guy who makes all the decisions anyway. Will we get a public holiday if Trump goes? Probably, but, you know, I don't know. I feel like you'll still have to go to work anyway. And I definitely totally will. Remember, this is the guy that gets power if Trump dies.
You would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
sorry, more power than he already has.
Yes?
I don't know. I would
This is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit in this.
You would prefer the human race to endure, right?
That's who gets to be in charge. So, I really want to see a confirmation that this bit about road closures near Walter Reed isn't the case, but I'm having a little bit of a hard time finding much on it in general, because it was just like an hour ago. And also remember, no one's had, like, Trump hasn't spoken publicly in like 6 days. And also, an hour ago, the president who talks compulsively but has not spoken publicly in a week scheduled an appointment at 2 p.m. tomorrow per official White House schedule. Now, I imagine that this was planned for the invasion of Chicago. Now, if this is still the case, like this happened very close to the reporting of the road closures at the hospital, so we'll see. But if this is still the case, that's probably what it's for. If Trump dies today, that's gonna be Vance. I know Melania was spotted at the same hospital recently. Again, that's really weird considering she doesn't live in DC. She fucking despises Donald Trump. She lives in New York. So her being spotted at, Walter Reed is a big deal. Like, here's what Trump looked like today. I wasn't going to talk too much about this in general today, just because, like, mainly, A, I didn't care, and B, I needed to not focus on America if we're going to do this much foreign policy, but let me just show you what Trump kind of looks like right now. This is not exactly, beacon of health. It's not giving healthy. Look. Here we go. This was him coming back from golf. Got a message about it too. I wish you guys could see my feet. Yeah, okay, that's bad. If you're getting a message about it too, I'm not happy there. Look at his face, y'all. Like, dude looks like he's on a lot of painkillers. This is the unconfirmed enhanced version of the photo, but I don't even think you need to look at this. You can see a lot of that through here. Like, the man had a stroke. It's also quite consistent with what, like, an ischemic stroke would result in, like, 4 or 5 days of an inability to really, like, talk much. He only went out on the 4th day with his fucking daughter. Did they shave his head? No, but his face is probably quite droopy, and that's probably why he has the hat. I can imagine, like, he might have tucked some of his face into the hat like people might do hair. They might have shaved his head, too. Like, they might have had to operate on his head if he did have a stroke that was at risk of, like, killing him to remove, like, the clot. The bleeding in the brain might have needed to be manually stemmed, you know? They might have shaved his head. But who knows? Well, we're not going to find out. We're not going to find out unless he goes in front of a camera and takes the fucking hat off. And he might do it tomorrow at 2 p.m. Or he might not. Alex Jones had signaled concern about Trump dying for the last month or so. Yeah, I mean, like, I remember talking about it when he made that video. Like, not in the covering him kind of way, but, like, this was right around when we had the bruising on the hand, and we discussed the fact that the man has congestive heart failure and kidney issues, is taking spironolactone, or spironolactone, or whatever the fuck that's called, because he's a trans woman. No, because, diuretics for his heart, which also then makes his kidney worse, and then, that also impacts his, like, mental capacity. It's a whole bunch of shit. Whereas, like, this is weird. He's also on aspirin, which is not something you give to someone for preventative, treatment. So, like, I don't know. Dude has heart problems. I had to. Also, was about to scream. No, Trump is just a self-hating tran. That's true. That's true. Just eat the pickles, girly. Well, that's all Trump wants to do is be pretty. Just like how, New Kyiv is begging to be part of Ukraine again. It's all the same. We get to make our own propaganda. Why don't we do this? Why don't we do this more? I'm gonna start just trolling this shit out of the right. To be fair, I kind of do that already, but, like, specifically pointed ones like that. Is Trump dying? Yes, no, propose a secret third option. Alright, fine. We'll do a poll. Is Trump dying? Look, all I know is whether or not Trump is dying, I wish that Joe Biden could be here to see this. I wish he was still alive. Hell, I'm still looking for updates on this. I'm seeing very little actually talked about. But it looks like he is in the hospital, for real. Well, that was pretty much everything I wanted to have covered today. I'd keep going, but now I'm not going to stop being able to think about this and scrolling on Twitter. That's the full evolution of MAGA to ISIS. It's true. The problem with Trump dying is that, yes, some of the cultists might fall off, maybe a significant amount, but the ones that stay, now they have a profit in their minds. Well, honestly, I don't even think much of them are going to fall off. Mainly on X, yeah, mainly on Twitter, but, like, my sources on Twitter, people that, like, I would normally follow. Just going off that, I've then Googled it, and there is, like, actual media reporting road closures around Walter Reed. Like, for example, we got Democratic Underground.com, which I've never even heard of. This is just like a regular fucking site. Why are you showing me Australia? Hold on. Hold the fuck up. Why the fuck does Google have access to my location data? That shouldn't be the case to begin with. That's something I'm gonna have to fix. Good thing I didn't open Google there. It's bad? Yeah, Buncor, look, I'm just looking for, like, a video on it, like a live coverage thing, looking for any of the media to talk about it. I imagine we'll get a right-winger talking about it first. Okay, we have one that has just gone live. It is a bullshit media one that I'm not going to even open. So, if one has gone live, that means we're going to see another one soon. I feel like he's lost 30% of his base already with my very unscientific vibe check. I guess. Like, he deported, like, 5% of them. They're doing it with your ISP. They shouldn't be able to. I use a third-party router. They shouldn't be able to even see my shit. I'm meant to be quite locked down. Something broke. And that's pissing me off now. Because, now I gotta go figure out whether what broke is, my actual browser, whether it's the, like, code for my, router, whether it's DNS, what something's leaking. I don't know. Kill switch didn't fail over. Kill switch shouldn't be active while streaming. It, like, is too big of a risk to break stream. But we'll have to see. Come on, give me fucking updates on Walter. Not the base, but independents who are somehow confused now hold. Yeah, of course. Yeah, those people all. 100%. I mean, like, you want an example of that? Right here.
Aren't feeling Trump's optimism right now are American. But some folks who aren't feeling Trump's optimism right now are American farmers, and they are stuck in the middle of all of this.
Frank, who did you vote for president?
Mr. Trump.
Right?
Trump.
Mr. Trump. If the election were today, Frank, would you vote for Donald Trump?
No way. Couldn't happen.
No.
You voted for President Trump. So now, in this moment, you say you're in a free fall. What is your message to him?
So I'm off the Trump train. Where I'm going for now is I got to protect my business.
Island, a wheat farmer who says he's lost $400,000 since Trump took office.
I think there was a lot of people who voted for him that want.
It would definitely happen again. Yep. Goddamn right it would.
Want to stay loyal to him, but it's going to get to the point where financially, if it's between supporting the president or losing
any woman or a gay man, and they will do it again. Yep.
Your family farm.
You voted for the president?
Yes, I did.
And do you support these policies?
Mind you, farmers in America are literally killing themselves right now. I'm not even, like, exaggerating. They're killing themselves.
Which might be hurting farmers like you?
Right now, we're the ones that are taking the hit.
I think he's sort of backstabbing the main people who got him into office in the Midwest. And he just...
But some folks who aren't feeling Trump's optimism right now are American farmers, and they are stuck in the middle of...
Oh, the Pentagon Pizza Index is going crazy now, too. Okay, that's a lot of signs, y'all. We have a press conference booked through the White House tomorrow, after the president hasn't given a speech for 7 days. We have road closures around Walter Reed. Yeah, he died. He died. I think he actually died. I think he's either dead or he's, like, inching ever so close. And the pizza index is going crazy. He's at the very least been hospitalized right now. Oh, you don't know about the Pentagon Pizza Index? He might be in a coma. No, I don't think he'd be in a coma. Like, the issue that he had was a stroke, so... I feel like if he was going to end up in a coma, he already would have. If you don't know about the Pentagon Pizza Index, it is the fact that people at the Pentagon order pizza all the fucking time. And you can track whether the likelihood of some shit going down is high or not by looking at the Pentagon Pizza Index. Hell, I got, like, perfectly guessed exactly when we were going to drop the bombs on Iran because of that. It wasn't even the fact that I saw the B-2s take off. I did see that. I saw it after I saw the pizza index. And the pizza index clued me in on the B2s. And then we checked the B2s, and then I had all of those sources. Like, a lot of people had that exact experience. For example, Pentagon orders just yesterday spiked 800% right around when the big rumors around Trump, like, having the stroke came out. Not like the he's dead ones, those were other ones, but we've also seen the Pentagon Pizza Index going crazy all week, actually, considering it's been fluctuating for what you would expect to be, like, military prep or anything, so they likely just corresponded to him being hospitalized. Were the golf granddaughter photos by Getty Images fake? No, they weren't. They weren't fake. He wore that same exact outfit the last time he went to go golf with Kai in January. It's the same images from January 21st. Or not 21st, something like that. He went golfing with Kai in January, and those are the same pictures. They have literal trillions of dollars. They should just make their own proper pizza oven and hire a pizza chef. They did! Captain Buggy, they did! That's the worst part. Biden stopped this. Under Biden, they stopped doing this because it was really easy to tell. They made it so you couldn't order out from the Pentagon anymore. They had, like, restaurants open inside. And they still do it. They just started doing it again as soon as Trump came back in. They do this at the White House, too. Also, it's not just the pizza index. You can also tell whether the Pentagon is busy or not by looking at the closest gay bar to the Pentagon and see if it's popping off. If it's not popping off on a Friday night, I guarantee you there's some sus shit going on. If it's incredibly busy in, like, the middle of a Tuesday, we got some sus shit going on later this, like, evening. So they're having fun because they're going to work all night type thing. Trump probably wanted to embolden some corpo pizza franchise like Papa John's or some shit. I mean, also true, but you know, it's very common for government employees to always buy from that same place out of tradition. It's genuinely like a security issue. Like, yeah, it is a very clear security issue. I hope they keep doing it. It's really useful, I would say. Hold up. The orders are high at Domino's and Papa John's, but they're equally way down at the District Pizza Palace and Pizzados. That's because these are people with shitty taste. It's also probably because the person who works at the District Pizza Palace and all of that, maybe they don't like them. Maybe they're a little brown, you know? I just found out about that before I got here, and it blew my mind. I was not surprised by the trackers. Yeah, no, you shouldn't be. They're really useful, though. Well, the memes have started, so yeah, I think he might have died. My God. Not looking good. I don't get why they want big chain pizza, because they have no taste. But also, like, it's not like it's just the chain pizza. They get a bunch from, like, wherever. This is really bad. Really fucking bad. Alright, I'm gonna hop off. If he died and it's confirmed, I'll come back. But I gotta make some phone calls. And I don't know, like take a break, stretch or whatnot. If he's actually dead, I will be back shortly. We'll find out in the next couple of hours. I'm telling you right now, ain't no way in this fucking King's Landing SDC that, like, we have now, this Game of Thrones ass government, that the king is gonna die and we're not gonna know almost immediately. Because all of the factional lords are gonna instantly jump and try and... First off, every reporter is gonna want to break that story. It's, like, a massive one, being able to be the first one to break, oh, the president's dead. But secondly, ain't no way all of the high lords are gonna shut the fuck up and not instantly jump in front of a camera and try and, you know, make that into a W for them. The vultures are gonna swoop. Yeah. Again, think Game of Thrones when you're thinking about this government. We're gonna have, the Dance of the Dragons. If it, oh my God, hold up. Wait, now I see that and, that's even scarier. Because remember how I said it'd be really bad if Trump died because then Vance comes in and Vance works for Teal? What if we had the Vance side and then the Elon side have a civil war? Fucking Dance of the Dragons, but, like, far more, smelly, nerdy, gross, and shitty. Game of Thrones, but less sexy. Exactly. Alright, I'll be back. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Hopefully I'll just be back tomorrow and he's not dead. We got Al-Qaeda, ISIL, ISIS, the Taliban, and the new Mujahideen all looking to get the foot in, so, like, could get a little crazy. True! God damn. We got ISIL and ISIS over here. I keep refreshing YouTube, I keep seeing live pop up, and I'm like, wait, is it it? Is it it? No. Alright. I will see you guys, hopefully, tomorrow. Otherwise, later today. Thank you all for tuning in. I will verify you on Discord once I end the call. I don't have Discord open right now. But join the Discord if you're not already in it. Like the stream on YouTube. It really does help massively. By the way, spread the stream to your friends. Share my socials. Help grow independent media. God knows we need a whole lot more people broadly doing this, but I also need more viewers, so, you know. And if you feel like donating, you can do so through this link, which would not result in Twitch or YouTube taking half the money, which is pretty awesome. The Fitness Gram Pacer test is a multi-stage aerobic capacity test that progressively gets more difficult as it continues. It's true. Anyways, see you guys next time.